are live, I think, probably. Yeah, we're live. We're live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our very first stream of the Six of Hearts Grand Guild University session. That's a mouthful. My name is Cherry or Dylan. I will be the narrator of these wonderful games. And the rest of our cast, the rest of our amazing voice actors here, will go ahead and sound off in order that I dibbled them on the doodle down here. Alexis, go ahead and introduce yourself. Alexis, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Alexis. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the voice of Varen, and his pronouns are he, him.
Beautiful, beautiful. Up next on the list, in alphabetical order, is Jareth.
Alphabetical order. My name is Jareth. Nice to meet you. I am the voice actor for Dawn. I will be playing Dawn in this here game. Thank you very much. I have a lot of things to say about Dawn, but we'll get into that later. My pronouns are he, they, and Dawn's pronouns are they and them.
Perfect. Beautiful. Up next on this here listy list is Teresa. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey there, I'm Teresa. I use she, they pronouns, and I will be playing Echo, who uses any pronouns.
Goblin.
Goblin. A little bit of a gremlin, of a little one, yeah.
Perfect. And then we've got Tristan. Last.
Hey, I'm Tristan. He pronouns. I'm playing Minerva, who's a she pronouns. Ghost person and problem child. Otherwise, yeah.
I love those are the two descriptive words for Minerva: ghost person, problem child.
Yep.
More words for t-shirts. Beautiful, awesome. All right, so that's our cast. I'm Cherry. I go by any pronouns, but most just he they is good for me. All right, without further blah blah blah. I'm gonna go ahead and give like a little bit of a shout out to some of the awesome artists that we've had. The background art behind all of these characters, behind the party's characters, was done by The Wisest King on Instagram. They're doing a couple of series of art pieces for us, and they all look absolutely brilliant. You should check them out. They're wonderful. And then we have a couple of other artists. You can check them out on our website, www.fatelesslegacies.com, and they're all linked under the Artists Alley tab. So, getting into it. Our game is called Fateless Legacies. That's the system. It's a indie game with a sort of a focus on narrative, on storytelling, and on character development. And the setting is the Grand Guild University, a brilliant, prestigious university in this sort of Industrial Revolution era fantasy game that we have here. The university sits on a cliffside overlooking the city of Kartia, where you can study nearly anything. Anything that you believe that you want to be good at, you can attempt to study it here at the university, and hopefully you could do good. Hopefully. Before I ramble on too much, I'm going to let Jareth take the stage here and actually set up the scene and describe what's been going on in the past week at the Grand Guild University. Jareth, take the stage.
Yes. The Grand Guild University has been keeping its business as usual for the past week. Students have been attending their classes and doing their homework. But Dawn and their friends have been occupying themselves with other matters. Tonight's game will begin with a featurette. I am going to be putting on a play, both in character and, of course, for the enjoyment of others as well. I hope everybody is involved. The rest of the cast will also be involved in this play, which we will put on to basically just tell the tale of the story so far. This group, as we are to hereby be called the Six of Hearts, is also the name of the play. Put that in the chat just so that we have that as a little touchstone. Six of Hearts. Tonight's play is, it's been hyped up all week by Dawn and their friends. They've, done what they could to put the word out about this hastily written play, which will involve as much of the school as they could get to help. So, as we begin, we are inside the auditorium of the Grand Guild University, put together as well as it could be by the members of the actors' classes who could get together and help Dawn in the period of a week. There are hastily built sets all queued backstage, and the stands of this auditorium have been filled with students who only earlier today witnessed yet another strange event, a sort of public punishing of the very same Six of Hearts, which the school decided was too barbaric to continue any further. This change of pace in the play should hopefully be a welcome one. The stage upon which is lit with magical flames and torches is a deep hardwood, and the curtain behind it is heavy, a crushed red velvet which almost spills across the hardwood. Two people begin to play instruments from offstage. At first, it is light, and then it is accompanied by other musicians unseen. One person begins to walk across the stage, and to this musical talent they lend their appearance as they greet the crowd, many of whom seem to know them. They wave, and the crowd waves back. They are humanoid, roughly 5.5, 6 feet tall. A large duck, as it were. They have slicked back feathered hair, which they wear quite well, with just a little bit of floof, so you know they don't take themselves too seriously. They pluck their instrument deftly, and the crowd reacts. Those of us in the Six of Hearts know this man is Chip. And those of us in the audience who know Chip are every bit as excited as I am to introduce him. Some people are already clapping, and Chip hush.
Oh.
The student Dawn steps out. They are much taller than Chip. They stand more than 6 feet tall, and they have pulled their hair back into a neat bun for this occasion. They are wearing a similar leotard to Chip, only they wear a long dusted coat, which is quite nice, but also quite old. They play a lute, and the two of them seem to meet in the middle. Then one of them begins to speak. Across Illyria's many ages, heroes great and terrible have risen to their glories. And the crowd becomes hushed. They've risen to glory and infamy alike. And then, when it became necessary, they faced the imminent threats that fate foretold.
They
Cherry.
wreaked havoc in their wake. Intended or not, they ignored or abandoned their fated path, becoming limited by their ambitions, convictions, flaws, and the will of fate itself.
They fought the forces of nature, chaos, destruction, and war. Some laid claim to those very forces to shape the world we know today. Others sought the knowledge of the spheres and the stars above. The most clever would build devices to shape the world for them. Even denizens of other planes have left their legacies across the lands of Illyria, creating threads of possibility to be found and interwoven with the legacies of future heroes. At this point, actors begin coming out across the stage. Many of them bear ribbons attached to posts. They begin to weave these ribbons across the stage, slowly forming a tapestry. Occasionally, members of this tapestry weaving loop and stitch corners together. Eventually, they raise 2 flagstaffs, elevating this tapestry and revealing in it the title of the play, The Six of Hearts. They slowly move backstage, and the velvet curtain begins to rise. In the land of Cartia, where we lay our stage tonight, a new group of heroes meet for the first time, outside the renowned Grand Guild Academy. As the curtain rises, it reveals a masterfully painted set, which we know means it was painted at the beginning of the week. This tapestry and the backdrop reveal the Grand Guild Gate, a massive wooden and stone work, which itself is preceded by a long bridge. Throngs of students line this bridge. Included in this are our new protagonists. From the line of students, 6 students come forth onto the stage and take the center light. One of these students is Dawn, who is still speaking with their back turned to the audience. The next is, like a small porcelain doll, the one we call Heko. Then,
Hi.
yeah, please.
That was
Please
perfect.
treat them.
Thank you so much for that.
Then, the child soldier, the one they call Ravok. He turns and also awkwardly greets the audience. Next, we have the shadowed one. They call him Niles. Those of us in the Six of Hearts do not recognize the man on stage as Niles. Unfortunately, Niles is nowhere to be found. Instead, a student will play his role. This one tall and lanky. They bear the mark of a heavy hand and an eyeliner pencil. A few fake piercings adorn their ears and their eyebrows. Who else will lend to this next? Chip takes the stage, yet again, and greets the audience, yet again. People from within the crowd begin to clap, and again, Chip silences them. Who am I missing, Cherry? Who in my notes here are not on this?
Varen.
Who is that? A man in the crowd of students towers roughly 2 feet above the rest of them. They turn and look out at the people on center stage, but they don't join them. The last member of the Six of Hearts walks out onto the stage. They, a very, very short, roughly 2.5-foot beastkin man. Bespectacled, they resemble what people may call a monkey.
Oh my god.
though they also are finely dressed. Across their hip, they bear a large and strange bag, and they appear to be speaking to something inside of the bag, ignoring the rest of the Six of Hearts' apparent conversation. Each of these students are worthy of their own stories and legends, and they wait here at the gate, like so many students before them, for a chance to prove themselves to the staff. The line is massive. It has lined the bridge for hours, and it will continue to do so. Many cloaked actors from among the students come out and join the stage near the Six of Hearts. One of them turns and disrobes the hood from their shoulders and their hair, revealing a massive pointed wig, which itself looks to have been a work of art by the theater department. It stands over a foot high on his head and almost looks cartoonish.
Jesus Christ.
He reveals himself to Dawn, the one speaking. At this point, the actor speaks. Greetings. I am Ego Pageantry, and I don't like your hair. Why is that one wearing too much eyeliner? The one in eyeliner turns to speak. Oh, it's you, Ego. You're one to speak. You use too much hairspray. The two begin to have a fist fight in the crowd, and other men bearing similarly styled wigs, though not as extravagant as Pageantry's, step forth to grab Pageantry's arms and pull him back, away from Shadowed One. This isn't the last of me. I'll be back to continue and be a problem for you. Next time your eyeliner better be waterproof. He's dragged away into the crowd of students. Others come forth, including a student that many of his classmates recognize, and they begin to silently cheer for him within the crowd too. Aoud, a man who is quite studied and yet he's never in class, takes the stage with the rest of the Six of Hearts. He leans down and he offers the one who appears as a beastkin in a little tuxedo. Was it a tuxedo or just as nicely dressed notes? The little one in the tuxedo. He whispers to him before exchanging small units of shards, or gemstones, which in this case are used as currency. Aoud hands him something, and it appears to be an inconspicuous bag with a neat tie on it. They pocket it, and then the man and the monkey both leave central stage and head into the throngs of students. The one called the Shadowed One says that waiting in line is making him stressed. And so the Six of Hearts also proceed into the throng and disappear, assumedly to do something less boring than wait. Members of the cast and crew begin to rearrange the stage. The bridge, in this case, still being central stage, is mostly left alone. However, they roll a rug out from backstage and it gently glides under the curtain. Many of the faculty and the students waiting in line go backstage as well, or take their cloaks off, revealing a completely different costume altogether. Lastly, tables are brought forth and placed at backstage so as to look upon the rest of front stage and the audience. 6 illustrious members of the Grand Guild University staff arrive and be seated. This is evidenced because they all present plaques bearing the names of the professors that they're supposed to be. Some of them have fantastic costumes, which obviously demonstrate who they're supposed to be, but others have clearly made a paradigm, attempting to perhaps coyly mock the professors in their appearances. Still, they do a fair job becoming imposing as the lights in backstage are dimmed, and those known as the Six of Hearts emerge from side stage right and take a line up in front of the desk and all of the faculty, call them. Welcome, students. The one called Dawn speaks up. At this point, Dawn turns around and begins to speak to the audience again. Hey, yes, we're not students yet, right? That's why we're doing this? You're testing our abilities? Yes, that is correct, speaks the tallest and oldest one, a regal man with long and pointed ears, or very good prosthetics. You are here to prove to us that you will adequately represent the values of Grand Guild University. We are a prestigious school, and we cannot afford to have students learn powerful and expensive and dangerous. Well, as you can imagine, the things that we teach here could be used for bad. At this point, I'd like the rest of the Six of Hearts to introduce themselves to both the professors and the audience. In no particular order across the stage, the one who appears as a beastkin turns and quietly greets the audience across his shoulder. He seems to be obsessively clutching whatever he purchased from Aud earlier, and does not really look away from it. Next is Ravok. The player Ravok has unfortunately left us, so I will merely greet him again. He will greet the audience again with very little else to say. But he is a small and clearly stout individual for someone so young. He is very athletic in build, with short cropped hair, and he carries with him a large wooden sword, which looks kind of like it should throw his balance off, but he seems to easily handle it as it's strapped across his shoulder. Next is the Shadowed One, who throws his hair back from his face before greeting all of the headmasters politely, and then offering a casual smile to the audience. Then, we have Heko.
Echo kind of looks around, not super sure what to do, steps forward, waves, says, "Hello, I'm Heko," and then steps back into line.
Just sweat, just covered in sweat.
Yeah, sweat and dirt, like maybe some blood. It definitely did not shower before this.
Oh, man.
Of course. Then, we have... I can't put them in yet, actually. I really want to slide that in. We have two individuals off stage who will lean out and introduce themselves. One of them, heavily make-upped, and apparently not a part of the Six of Hearts, leans out from the velvet curtain and is bearing an umbrella which they use to hide their face. This person who is obviously not the person they are playing, but an actor, is Minerva. And regardless of that, I'm going to ask you, Tristan,
What's up?
to greet the audience and the professors.
Good evening, darlings. And just tips her hat, and then just lowers the umbrella back over her face. I don't really have anything else to say for her.
And disappears behind the velvet curtain.
Chip throws like a smoke
Then-
bomb across the audience that makes it look like she disappears into shadow smoke.
Even better. You're so creative. I love
Chip's
it.
got my back. Love you.
Chip continues to perform, from nearby, but we'll get to him shortly. Varen leans forth from the opposite curtain, their imposing shadow immediately thrown across the proceedings. Varen, I'll ask you to greet the god.
Yeah, Varen sees the very charismatic bow across the stage and tries to mimic that. But his big rock body kind of gets in his own way sometimes. And he has a belt full of workman's tools, like blacksmith tools, and they just like fall out on the stage when he tries to bow. So he starts picking up his tools and just like awkwardly waves at the crowd, and if a rock could blush, he would be blushing.
Aw.
Dawn,
An awkward collection of individuals.
And hopefully people laugh.
Dawn casually smiles at you and laughs themselves. Members of the audience do chuckle. Some of them perhaps mean-spiritedly, but most of them seem to be in a good humor. And finally, Chip. Chip, who was playing music, approaches the group, the Six of Hearts, before the rest of the professors. And he says...
he gives like a... He actually doesn't say anything. He just does just a sick, ridiculous, nasty solo on the lute. Like the meanest, nastiest solo you've ever seen. At a certain point, he lets the lute go, and you realize he's not actually playing it at all, and he turns around, and there's someone on his back with a separate lute playing the lute, and then he turns back around with a harmonica, and just... He's got a duck bill. Really crazy. No clue how this duck plays a harmonica, but he does. And it is just the sickest harmonica solo you've ever heard in your life.
You ever play a flute with no lips?
Exactly.
Those of us in the Six of Hearts know that at this point, Chip hasn't joined us yet, but we will get to that later. So in time, the professors return our greetings, and then they ask us, well, as I said, the things we teach can be used for bad. So, what will you do with the things we teach you, Six of Hearts? Don't anybody all speak at once? But the professors are curious what you guys will do with the things that they will teach you. Dawn begins to stammer, as if they didn't expect these child actors to ask them this. Well, we'll obviously do good with the things that you teach us. Dawn looks at the rest of you, gives you a reflexive wince, and seems to shrug, like, help me out, guys.
Echo clears their throat and goes, magic? I was planning on doing magic with it.
Ah, yes. Magic is a noble art. And good, well, that's the best we could hope for. They turn and look at the Shadowed One, who gingerly nods and says nothing. Well, I guess we will do good with it, right? Like Dawn said? The small one, Ravok, looks around. Well, I don't know about the rest of these guys, but I came here so that I can become the very best at what I do. You see, I have a famous lineage, and I want to live up to it. He turns and looks at the audience to make sure they understood what he said, before nervously turning back around. Chip says,
I plan on using the things I learn here to be even more awesome. If that was even possible. Probably not, but we'll find out. And he winks.
The professors tenderly look back and forth at one another as if considering what the Six of Hearts are saying and if any of it is true. But indeed, the old and wise one with the very long prosthetic ears. They seem to believe them and the things they're saying. They nod slowly before saying, "Ah, yes. I have determined by speaking with you. You are candid. None of you are lying. You are all clearly skilled and don't intend to embarrass this academy or
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
doing anything evil."
Me? I'm not a witch at all.
Professors seem to begin to summarily grade these students based on their appearance and their answers, before they're being told to move along and take a series of exams to further test them. The tables, the professors, and the students all pick up and begin to move backstage before the velvet curtains close. There is silence for a moment before the Six of Hearts walk back out onto the stage. This time they are noticeably lacking a chip. They're also lacking the student who is the chimpanzee in a tuxedo. The four of them now return to their dormitories, speaking about their tests and their grades. However good or bad they did, it's clear that they all feel camaraderie. Their convictions are aligned, whether or not their grades are. They've been told at this point that their tuition will be the cheapest if they form together and create a company. And they're stewing over what they should call themselves, because naming yourself and making a reputation with that name is a difficult prospect. I don't know, guys. I've never really had to name a troop before, and our troop just traveled everywhere. So, what sounds good?
Chip speaks up. I think Chip and the Chiplings is a good choice. And that's the one I would go with.
Chip enters from offstage,
He doesn't even
offering
enter.
suggestions where no one else seems to think of one. Chip and the Chipettes, says Dawn. That's not bad, but I don't know. Chip, would you call yourself a brand?
Oh, definitely. I'm a brand.
Oh, what about you? Shadowed one, Niles. What do you think we should be called? Well, I don't know. The professor with the prosthetic ears said that we had good hearts. So what if it was like, Golden Hearts, or the Saints of Heart, or something like that? What do you think, Heko?
I'm confused. We already have a name.
Dawn leans into you and whispers, "It's on the play, but it's we have to pick it in canon first."
Okay.
She winks at you.
There's six of us. So I think something
The
to do with that.
chimpanzee man comes.
Is
from
that what
off
happened? I don't remember.
The chimpanzee man comes from off stage and he goes, "That's right, there are 6 of us. As long as I'm here." And he starts to count us off on his fingers. "It does have a nice ring to it," says Dawn. "The 6. Well, I guess we can sleep on it, but that's what I'm putting in. If we don't have anything else figured out by, say, tomorrow." And they return to their dorms. The scene continues as the Six of Hearts make small talk and walk from one corner of the stage to the next as people off stage bring forth small pieces of furniture that resemble our local dormitories, recognizable to all the students in the audience. Fireplace mantles and bushes which are just slightly unkempt. Mages and illusionists, including Chip himself, even fill the auditorium with the familiar breeze of the ocean and the high winds around Karkia. The curtains close once more. When next they open, we reveal a throng of actors in bleachers along either side of the stage. They seem to be gently stomping their feet in rhythm as Chip plays a solo. The stage is already built and resembles the... Oh, help me out, Sherry. The word for the auditorium gladiator arena.
Oh, the Gilios building.
The Gilios building. Thank you so much. The stage has been set up backstage to resemble the Gilios building, which students would know is like an arena, only oftentimes it's used for study, and the bleachers are not usually full. However, they are now. The Six of Hearts take one side of the stage, and a number of well-dressed actors take the other. They seem to be playing a game of Glace. The school is, well, uproariously excited for the weekend festivities, and the tournaments which place students in front of sponsors to help pay for their tuition begins with a game of Glace and ends with a tournament of strength. So the Six of Hearts, who have never played this game of Glace before, begin coming up with a plan. Alright, says Dawn, as they huddle in to a crowd, a little circle knit together across from the enemy actors who are doing the same thing. You will all remember that this enemy team was quite diverse, made up of second years who are, well, famously talented. They had received the sponsorship for Glace last year. And so, as the two teams planned, they almost mirrored each other with menace. As the Six of Hearts, who knew they were talented, but really just wanted to make a name for themselves, were after the same thing that this team needed to achieve their sponsorships and afford school at all. Sherry, do you remember the name of that free company?
The first one that you all played against?
Yes.
I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry. I can try to find it really quick, but no promises that it will take less than a second. I'll see if I can find it quickly.
As you look for that, let's do some planning here in character. Okay, guys, so as far as I can tell, the ball is the most important thing. Someone on this team should guard the ball, and someone on this team should focus on destroying their ball. Echo, it really is just you and me here at this point of the game, so if at any point you feel like riffing with me.
Echo says, I have a spell that's pretty good at destroying balls.
Really, that's perfect. I haven't heard it yet, but it's perfect.
Chip trying really hard not to laugh, just...
Chip, who listens to our planning, says,
No, Chip was there. Chip played this game with you.
I know.
Okay.
Chip, who's listening to our planning, says,
Yes, I think that it would be fantastic if I just sat in the back and insulted people from very far away.
Isn't that what you always do?
It is, and it's my...
I know what I'm good at.
Yeah, I know what I'm about.
definitely help guard our orb, right?
Oh, yes, that too. I could do that if you want.
The shadowed one speaks up in his grim voice. Didn't you, knock a kid out at that event? I'm sorry, I wasn't actually there. Yes, you were. Stay in character, says Dawn. And break. The music kicks up, and the announcers begin to casually introduce the events, or at least they did, realistically. At this play, a student playfully makes fun of them, announcing with a bit of comic magic throughout the auditorium. And the teams begin to sports ball.
Sports ball. My favorite game. My favorite athletic endeavor. Sports ball.
I am also a fan of the ball of sports.
Blaze is a very amusing and intricate game, which we have actually built for the setting. Though to try to do it just in the form of a play would really rob it of the experience. So, the actors begin to perform something more like a dance than like a sports game. And we're actually going to roll for that.
Oh!
There is a script here, but I would much rather see a bunch of acting students try to pretend to be good at sports.
Absolutely perfect. And especially not acting students like Echo.
I invite Minerva, who will be reprising the role of one of the mages on the enemy team. The actress playing Minerva, anyway, seems to have donned a different colored wig and put aside the umbrella. And Varen, who in this case has a poorly resembling beastkin costume, effectively like an animal-like hood, which has been put over your head and shoulders.
Just to clarify, this is a game that you guys are trying to emulate?
It seems that the actors are acting out a game of Glace, which Minerva may not really know about, but
No, this is not
apparently
canon as fuck, because Minerva...
Oh no.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's even better. The more bewildered you look in this moment is fine. But apparently the other actors on your team are urging you to pretend to chase these balls around that are actually just balloons that have enough of gaseous air inside them to bounce around the stage.
Lovely.
These
the person
will-
that's playing Minerva right now does their absolute damnedest.
Because of the nature of this being something like a dance and a performance, but also something like trying to look athletic, it's your choice, players, of a physical performance or a social performance.
What are the
good lord.
pluses for the person I'm playing as?
That's a good question. It's probably just going to be a 1 in physical and a 3 in performance, and
right,
therefore a
Alan?
3 in social. So 3 social, 3 performance, or 1 physical, 3 performance.
Does that sound right there, Dylon?
That sounds good enough.
3 social and 1 in performance. Okay, so +4.
The 3 and 3 in performance.
Oh, so +6 for the roll. Alright.
Yes. You're playing an actor.
That's a 13.
Fantastic. Next.
Rolled an 8 total.
Aaron.
10 for me. That's a
10
10
for you?
for Garen.
Like a natural 10 or with your plus is a 10?
Not a natural 10.
Oh. Damn. Okay.
I I can pretend it was.
Hey, you can, yeah.
Oh, a lie.
With a 10, your performance at least looks like you're attempting to deftly play a sport you don't know about. With a 13, the actress playing Minerva does a fantastic job of playing the character that they were, a mage on the enemy team, who had a name. We simply cannot find it. So I don't want to disrespect them by making up a silly or cheesy name for them. They were pretty cool at sports ball.
It was still something I have not yet been capable of finding. There's a chance that it's lost. It's lost to the depths of my notes.
It's okay. It's all good. We're riffing with it. So yes. The actress playing Minerva is doing a better job than most of you at pretending to play Glace. Perhaps they actually know the sport they're pretending to play. And I'm rolling for a few people here. It would be helpful to me if Cherry, if you could perform for Chip.
Oh. If you all don't recall, Chip doesn't actually make checks. I just roll a coin. I flip a coin.
Please flip a coin for me. Just let me know your results. You can do that privately if you wish. Yeah.
That's going to be tails for Chip.
Fantastic. All right. So
DuckTales.
As we begin to play
Cliff is
our
always out here getting tail. Sorry, go on.
Getting tail. Oh Jesus!
They like my corkscrew.
Oh no!
Hell
Hell no! Oh my God!
on the play.
A referee from offstage calls a foul. Playing Minerva. And in Glace, that doesn't mean anything. But maybe if you reference Duck Penis in Glace, they take a point from you. They throw a brown flag, and we move on. So, the two actors who are outperforming the rest of you, who are clearly just attempting to keep up with the balloons as it's smacked back and forth across stage. And then occasionally falling prone on the floor and pretending to swim by crawling across it. Are Dawn, who continues to actually address the audience and make cajoles every time they return the balloon towards the actress playing both Minerva and this wizard. Chip then approaches the two of them and says, some kind of failure. Go ahead for me, Cherry.
Yeah.
Say something terribly awkward.
Chip just goes out onto the stage to perform a dance and immediately slips on his like weird duck shoes, and he falls flat on his bill, and he pulls out his harmonica slowly and puts it to his bill and goes wah wah on the harmonica and then crawls off stage.
The audience laughs and is not sure anymore the tone of this particular section of the play. Is it a comedy? Is it a tragedy? Is it an action?
Yes. I cannot
none
find.
of us are super sure.
I cannot find those notes. I believe I deleted them on purpose because it was no longer relevant, and so I think those characters are unfortunately gone.
Most of the actors have eventually given up on attempting to actually play this fake game, as they all realize the floor is waxed, and therefore it's fun to slip and slide around on. They've all now been knocked under the quote-unquote stage of the Glace Arena and are now quote-unquote swimming backstage.
It is now the Heart of Six on ice.
It is just Six of Hearts on ice.
It's just Yuri. It's just Yuri on Ice, but somehow gayer.
I mean, it already was.
Yeah. Eventually, Dawn and the other actress also skate through the waxed floor off stage before the wax is magically peeled away. The curtains close again before the announcer
Rudder, 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 rudder.
Yeah,
People
me too.
who are planted students from within the actual auditorium begin to clap. And the rest of the students and people viewing the play clap as well. When next the stage unfurls, it is the same set actually, only using certain wallpapers and set pieces to make it look like it's different, a different place. Some people recognize the tavern, which sits at the very back of stage, or at least the well-painted entrance resembling the tavern. Ahead of it is an arena, not unlike the last building we saw on stage, only stone work and large foam pebbles have been tossed here and there. There are crude iron cages on either side of the bleachers, which are still filled with the exact same students who were in the last ones. And we recognize that this tournament is not on school grounds, but is within the city of Cartia. Only the Six of Hearts aren't on center stage this time. For whatever reason, the child soldier, Ravok, is the only one who is on the center stage. He turns and glances at the audience as if he's about to speak, and then waves at them instead, before unsheathing the large wooden sword on his back and picking it up. The audience begin to gently stamp their feet as the first cage is opened, and a wolf is walked out into the campus. For reasons of personal safety to the students, this wolf is a very small and domesticated animal, which is obviously both illusory and costume design wear to resemble a wolf. Regardless of that, whatever cone befits his muzzle inside of the headpiece, which resembles a wolf, amplifies his growl so that he truly is imposing as he lines himself up with the child soldier Ravok. Ravok enters a familiar kata, which some of the martial students here will recognize, before the wolf is suddenly dragged by a leash back over to the stage, and then put back in its little iron cage. The rightmost iron cage is then pushed forward, and inside, a man dressed up as some sort of horrible monster with pincer-like hands and a large prop piece extending from his belt, resembling the tail of a scorpion, opens the cage the rest of the way and enters the stage with the child soldier Ravok. The announcer seems to say something. And the audience cheers for what is obviously a spectacle. This man is going to actually attempt to attack the child soldier Ravok in a form of grappling or something. He attempts to go low with his claw-like props and hints at this child wielding a sword much larger than himself. Sorry, I wanna perform for Ravok, you know? Oh. Gotta love it. Ravok appears to line up a clean headshot as he aligns the sword with the actor who's running at him from knee height. And as he does, the wax that is apparently left over in just a spot that Ravok stands catches his heel and his greatsword goes a little wide, swinging clean over the head of the actor by half a foot. The actor, who knows better, seems to suddenly throw himself backwards with a loud "Ugh!" and collapse on the ground, before rolling onto his stomach and appearing dead. The crowd goes wild as a beast tamer comes out into the stage and begins to crack a whip at the monster of a man. And the Scorpion Man returns to his cage as the Six of Hearts rush out to check on Ravok, who is completely unfazed, if not a little blustered about the murder attempt. As they get back together again, they're all in a panic. Dawn turns and looks at the rest of the Six of Hearts, which is mostly Heko here. Can you believe that? Why did they put out that dangerous creature with Ravok?
I don't know. It was very cruel of them. I'm still pretty mad about it, actually.
IRL.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed personal, didn't it? We need to talk to them. We need to do something about this. Why did they attack our friend?
I don't
think, Ravok.
I don't think we'll be talking.
We'll talk to them. We'll talk to them. The child actor playing Ravok turns and looks at Dawn. Well, I guess they didn't want me to win. And he shrugs. Too bad that I did. Yeah, it is too bad, says Dawn. They turn and they look at the audience. It's just so bad. I'm gonna have a talk with them. I think you guys should follow me. In case the talking gets... And they look at Heko, more serious.
I will come with you. I'm not very good at talking, but I can do, like, magic and things.
The Shadowed One says, well, I'll definitely come with you because they totally tried to kill my boy.
Not my boy.
Oh no, my boy!
My baby boy!
Ravok nervously says, well, I don't want you guys to go out of your way and get hurt for me, but I'll come if it means sorting this out. Chip says...
Chip, who's still, lingering pretty far in the background, says, yes, I will. He looks around confused, and then he looks down at his hand. Come with you.
Dawn slowly nods and winks to make sure that Chip is on the same page as them.
Chip looks at his hand again, nods at you.
As the two of them talk, and the five of them, as we still don't see the chimpanzee beastskin man in the tuxedo, turn and leave stage. Several men walk out onto the stage and stand where they stood before. Two of them in large cloaks, one of them in a full cloak hiding their face, but not their identity, for nothing could conceal the foot-high wig with the pointed hairspray tip.
Foot high.
He points, and the taller men in cloaks follow the Six of Hearts. Five of them as they are. The curtain closes again. People within the audience seem sort of confused. Some of them are speaking back and forth as if this is confirming things to them. Others seem to have no clue what's happening. Does anybody need a pee break or anything?
Actually, that would be pretty rad.
As a stagehand comes across the stage bearing a sign which says intermission.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Nice,
Be back in like 2 minutes.
Yay.
2 minutes.
How does the music know it's so good?
Right, this is like intermission music as fuck. Like tempo.
Actually,
It just changed as soon as you said intermission. It was just like silence.
that would actually
New
be
tone.
pretty awesome if they had an AI in there that they could use to
It
just
might
like,
be.
I could see it. I mean, that could definitely be a thing. Just have an AI that lets you, that like knows, like based off tone of voice, or it could work. It could work.
It's just listening and it knows. Its vibe check skill so high.
I mean, it's like not like our phones don't do that already. So
That's a good point. They do. It kind of knows what is the proper like next song. Like I don't know how, but like every time I'm listening to a song and it comes to an end, the next song is almost always perfect. Like the perfect follow-up song. I mean, sometimes it's completely off.
The truth is that it's coincidence, but the true truth is that coincidence is the force and things happen for a reason.
The true.
Yeah.
I need another White Claw for this truth.
Is it also peach? Are you getting a second
Yeah,
peach White
right.
Claw?
I don't know if I have another peach one. I might be relegated to the bad ones that I keep at the back of the fridge. at
Damn
this point,
shame.
Which are like the black cherry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
those are the
ones
best.
that taste like
got
medicine.
relegated in the back. Okay.
Wow. You just put them in
I'm
like
not
drink
that kind of
jail.
person.
No, it's fair.
Yeah.
We can all be wrong sometimes.
You're right.
Yeah. If it makes
Thank
you
you,
feel better,
thank
I'm
you.
drinking soda water with like 7 splashes of cranberry bitters in it. So that's my drink of choice right now.
I am sipping on a little bit of iced coffee with some oat milk in it. So there you go.
Nice. You've made the switch. You've made the transition to oat milk. You're doing the oats now.
I did the oats because they're 99 cents at Sharp Shopper.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Okay, cool. They also don't expire as fast, which is pretty great too.
Yeah, like you can just buy a shit ton of them and then just put one in the fridge and then keep the rest of them up in the cabinet. It's pretty great.
Yep.
Yeah, the one thing that like I don't so almonds are not great for the environment. They take an absurd amount of water, and that's a huge reason for why California's agricultural sector is destroying their water table.
Yeah.
But
Almonds.
they're also 99 cents at Sharp Shopper right now too. But like, so I'm not really supporting the that farming, whatever you call it.
Agricultural endeavor.
Yeah, but because it's gone to Sharp Shopper, which is just a discount store. But just in case y'all are wondering, the almond farming industry is destroying the water tables out west.
Yeah. So if any almond farmers are listening, you better knock it off. You better cut it out.
Switch that shit. You can grow other stuff. California can grow so much. Stop growing almonds.
Should grow more avocados. That's what I want. Please.
Walnut trees.
Sure.
Is there something wrong with almonds? I just got back.
You missed the almond spiel. Tristan's
No, almonds are
deep
lovely.
almond lore.
I love almonds, but the problem is that the farming industry takes an absolute ungodly amount of water, and the only place that we can grow them around here is the southwest of America, and that is the most water-deprived area of America right now. So
Gotcha.
destroying the water table out there, and it's mostly the farming industry.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Thanks for the information.
Yeah, I just was sipping on some stuff, and Dylan's already got me on that spiel.
Sipping
I mean, fair.
some
That's a good
knowledge.
spiel to go on.
The truth is, you guys are allowed to do whatever you want with your intermission.
Yeah,
There you go.
exactly. Truth be told, Tristan was just drinking a Snapple, and he popped the Snapple off, and that was the random fact on the bottom of the Snapple lid. Just
Yeah, that's... it just said fuck the farming industry on the Snapple lid.
Yeah.
I wish Snapple messaging was closer to that tone, honestly.
aggressive
That's where we're
realism.
at. It's late stage capitalism. We need more aggressive messaging.
Agreed. Very agreed.
Just super aggressive, proactive, like environmentalist caps. I'm down.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Amazing. I'm here for it. I'm absolutely.
Great news, guys. There was one more peach.
Oh,
What?
I'm
Yes.
so happy for
The
you.
night is saved.
I was genuinely
I'm
worried.
literally, yeah.
So Dvarin's pea is peach flavored.
Oh,
What?
Oh.
Oh god.
oh. Is it just the scent?
Honestly, would that be unpleasant?
This is a good question. Does
I don't think
Varen eat or drink food? Like, I'm kind of confused.
I think nah. Like,
Nah.
Okay.
I think his stomach is like a pressure system, and it just like takes like minerals from. I don't know. Maybe he like eats minerals somehow, or digests only the minerals, and it just like forms into more layers of rock.
That,
worm.
that is
water. Mineral seltzer water.
Yeah, mineral seltzer water. That is actually how Dverger
Like
consume
actual
in-
mineral waters.
Yeah. No, but that's true.
Yeah, like if you can use him as like a sieve, like he like he'll filter water for you and
Just
everything.
stick him in
Yes,
a cave,
dude.
let the stalactites drip on him.
You gotta bring him with you camping. You can drink whatever water you want.
But it is going to be slightly
Just like
peach
peach.
flavored.
Just like peach. It's just a peach water filter.
So,
my god.
So the name of this song is The Happy Pink Tiefling.
Oh my god, I love that.
Oh man.
And
Nose.
So wholesome.
I want to stay here forever.
Honestly, fair.
This playlist is vibes. I didn't even do it on purpose. It just happened.
I
That
like
being
this list.
said, how does everyone feel about that intermission? You guys need more time?
Oh, I'm down. I've just been chilling.
I'm good. Yeah, I got my tea. I got more tea, and yeah.
Yeah.
The music is telling me to continue.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Do it.
fuck it up.
Awesome. This time the curtains are only drawn back at half, so that the stage itself is cut into a single column. And within it stands a man who is bearing heavy leathers across his shoulders and his arms, and a leather apron which is tied about his waist. He looks intimidated, and his hands are put up as if to ask for mercy or sympathy. Dawn stalks onto the stage, towering roughly 1.5 feet above him, glaring down at him. That thing killed. It could have killed my friend, and you understand why I'm upset about that. The student actor who has bulked up with a pillow to resemble a gut tries to swell his chest and stand up to Dawn. He says, "It's not as if I trained it to do that. They had it de-winged. You see, it flies, and now it can't get away if it can't fly, and so he ushers Dawn towards another prop. It is the same iron cage from the last set piece, and within it is the man, resembling a scorpion. He seems to be nursing the 2 plated cardboard prop pieces on his back. He's whimpering as if he is injured and crying. It's a little silly looking, to be honest, but the point is purveyed. Yeah, this is what they do to these creatures so that they can feed them and use them for their games. Dawn seems horrified and angry. They're clutching a metal torch-like device on their hip and shining it across their silhouette so as to resemble glowing. They're using cheeky theater special effects to look as if they're swelling with some sort of aura, as 2 men behind the half curtains are shaking out bags of flour to light up the glowing flames. And it's the first real special effects of the play. Then the curtains shut. There are sounds and scraping as the people backstage seem to be hurrying to set up the stage for the next scene. After moments, the curtains are drawn again. The stage resembles a lowbrow street of Cartia that is not often walked by pageantry or pleasantry. It is dockside, a building like a warehouse, which is fed by the bay, far below the towering streets and bridges of Cartier above. The Six of Hearts walk out and seem to have small talk amongst themselves. By their stance and their gait, they almost resemble the same planning phase of the Glace game, not 15 minutes before. Only Dawn is still angry. Occasionally their voice rises above the small chatter, and actors leave the warehouse wearing similar leathers and aprons as the man in the scene prior. They seem to walk out with a gate that says, "You're not supposed to be here." And one of them holds a sign, which says, "We're closed," which he straddles across his shoulder and then flexes with his wrist, as if it were a bat or some blunt instrument. Dawn looks at the rest of the cast, their friends, the Six of Hearts, and point at the man ahead. "We just have some questions for you." The man with the sign says, "Well, out with it. We only noticed you because you failed on your stealth checks."
On the nose.
A little bit.
Dawn produces a number of little orbs from their pocket and begins to juggle them. "Well, you see, we're entertainers, and we came to ask you some questions about entertainment. It seems like you guys are in the same industry as us, only, well, the way you do it is kind of weird." Well, if you have a problem with our business practices, then you can come and talk to the boss." The one called the Shadowed One, and the one called the Child Soldier slip away on either side of the set, which resembles two alleys feeding this warehouse, and slide along the side of the warehouse and behind set, disappearing from stage. Dawn continues to juggle and continues to speak, while the rest of the Six of Hearts look at each other nervously and decide what to do next. Heko, what are you doing to prepare to meet the boss?
This is there's like 6 different levels of meta, so I need to know if this is Dawn talking to Heko or if you're actually asking. Because what Heko was doing
Dawn
in
is
real
the one
time.
who narrates and the one who speaks as themselves. It's not
Okay.
like that.
No, it's okay, but like in the actual event that this happened in, I believe Echo was just trying to look as scary as physically possible.
Yes, you were
yeah.
trying to look scary, and Chip was saying that you two should leave because you're not involved.
Oh, no, Echo's not even paying attention to that. She's fully, like, putting on the evilest smile she can conjure.
God. Just that fucking wicked grin from Nimona. That, like, metal.
Yeah.
That is precisely the vibe. Thank you for understanding.
Heko goes from not being sure how to recite their lines to suddenly the most formidable spectacle of character. And Chip says...
Chip leans in and goes, "We should probably get out of..." And then looks at Heko's face. We should get out of here. There's no reason.
Got too rough for Chip.
Chip turns his back on you. There's no reason for us to be here. I mean, what if we got hurt? There's no point in that. I think we should, go.
Chip, man up.
You didn't say...
That's not what you said.
You're right, Heko. I should be a stronger-willed person. Yes, I'm so ready to be a heroic and powerful patron of responsibility. And he gives 2 thumbs up to the audience and gives a wink.
That's not what you said.
It is now.
Hey guys, this
the
is
least reliable narrators in history.
Hey, this is not supposed to be this big a deal, Dawn says as they catch each orb and stop, chuckling. I was just trying to do a bit. I'll come talk to your boss, but let my friends go.
Mm-hmm.
The two of you can do whatever you want, but several other quote-unquote guards come forth and, cower around the entrance to this warehouse as Dawn and the foreman with the sign that says we're closed walk into the warehouse and out of sight.
Chip leans down to Echo and says with a stage whisper, "Let's go stand over there in the darkness where they can't see us. And then if anything happens, we'll come out and stab them. I mean hurt them. I mean restrain them."
But like a fake kind, right?
Oh my God.
We're not actually going to stab them, right?
No, Echo, we're gonna... No.
Okay.
And he just puts his hand around you.
I don't know how this works. Echo follows.
I don't understand conflict.
Echo especially doesn't understand fake conflict.
I either stab them or I don't. What is this gesturing shit?
Just tell me whether or not we're stabbing anyone.
Oh, we'll stab, just not really. Look, and she pulls out a knife just so the audience can't see it and makes a stabbing motion at his hand. The knife retracts inside of itself.
Echo is fascinated.
It's actually perfect. The audience watched the two of you take side stage as the set is kind of just on display here. And Chip slowly guides you towards the alley that you all stood in. Which in this case is literally just a piece of cardboard and a set piece that you can stand in the nook of.
Yep. Works for me.
Perfect.
The guards all watch you go, not taking their eyes off you, and still seem to watch you as Chip begins to demonstrate the knife and how it works to you. Some people in the audience who seem sharper than the others notice this and chuckle. The curtains close, and all of you are now enshrouded in the shadow of the velvet curtain. You see Dawn and another actor you've not yet seen, very, very tall and feathered, wearing a strange costume and another magnificent wig from the theater department, all stride out through the curtain and take center stage at the front. The velvet curtain being their only backdrop, they seem to acknowledge the torch lights which light up front stage, and those lights all dim. The man produces a whip from his belt. He resembles a large owl with a pair of red eyes, clearly uncomfortable with the contacts that he had to put inside them. There are also 2 bars of red lines above his eyebrows, which seem to have been a makeup designer's attempt to turn his eyebrows into a second pair of red eye. He produces this whip and seems to ush it at Dawn, who looks shocked and backs up until they're standing on the edge of the stage. And he says, "I don't care what you came here for. These are my animals, and you'll have nothing to do with them. And as for your little friend, well..." He looks off stage, and 2 men in aprons and leathers drag the child soldier onto the front stage, who then easily turns and flips the both of them as if he were doing jiu-jitsu, and they land on their back, motionless.
They do that.
Rabok pulls out his sword and points it at the owl man, who has now drawn in close to Dawn and cracks the whip menacingly across the whole stage. It's loud enough that the audience hushes, and he says, "Your little friend doesn't scare me either. I'll take care of the both of you if you don't leave right now." And he pulls his hand up and appears to slap Dawn across the face. I'm going to roll his performance check
Stage
because
slap.
I want him to perform this fake slap. It's the first thing they teach you in theater class. And he is an actor. So the bird raises their arm and inadvertently reveals that beneath his cloak, across his right side, there is a very, very heavy coat of leather. It is layered in such a way so as to completely drape his right arm and most of his chest, and even his neck. And it appears less like a prop piece and more like a piece of actual armor that he's wearing on set. He seems so nervous as he draws his arm up to perform this slap that he actually hits Dawn, who is cocked across the horn inside of their face and stumbles a bit. It's quite unrehearsed, but Dawn attempts to immediately correct himself so as not to lose the spirit of the performance. Dawn is also terribly off-put and actually growls a little and looks up at him and says, "I thought you rehearsed this part." It is tense, and people in the audience gasp and talk amongst themselves. After a moment, the actor straightens himself up again and he says, "Like I said, if you don't leave right now, I will kill the both of you." Ravok turns and looks at Dawn and says, "Don't let him scare you, Dawn. All he is a terrible pet owner." Dawn looks up at him. "You're right. That's all you are, a terrible pet owner and a bully." They grab the whip and begin to disarm the man cleanly, snapping it across the man's chest, then up into the air towards the audience. Dawn deftly jerks it back into their arms before it hits anyone in the front row, and then unwinds it from their forearm and wrist. "You're just a bully, and I'm gonna put you in your place." They crack the whip at the man, the both of them taking either end of central stage. And this is a performance check that they rehearsed. I just want to see how well they do.
Dawn cracks this man straight across the face, RKO's him.
I did it again.
Payback, bitch!
Yeah.
Whack!
Yeah, I would like to just see if one good turn deserves another. Yeah, you know what? It does. I mean, a 10 is a pass, but... Okay, so Dawn takes one end of central stage, and the actor playing the role of Big Bad Menagerie Boss takes the other. I'd like you to produce the name of that character for us, if you have that anywhere.
Yeah,
Sherry?
I do have that. The actual bad... And are you gonna use the actual bad guy's name?
I'm gonna use the actual bad guy's name.
Okay. It was... Oliver was the first name. Let me find that last name for you. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Oliver. Oliver was the second in command. The little fish man. This guy's name was Declan Sundry.
Declan Sundry. I've got it typed up. It's in the group. So, to continue. Dawn cracks the whip across the full of the stage, and it licks up from the corner of the man's cloak, immediately into the heavily armored wing and chest of the actor, and up across their neck. It overshoots, and the actor clearly pulls back, startled and surprised that the whip cracked his full length and not just the gist of his chest, as was obviously rehearsed. He falls to the ground and begins to produce red pigment from somewhere up his sleeve, which spills out across the stage. Those of you backstage see the actor himself seems to have caught a glimpse, just a quick snap of the whip across their ear and forehead. They are bleeding. but still they produced this red pigment of actual blood and poured across the stage in their chest. They look up at Dawn, who is again holding the flashlight-like apparatus at their hip, as special effects person comes on the stage and begins to douse them with the same flammable flour so as to make them appear to glow. It's a little awkward the second time because the actor in all black is on the stage and attempting to keep a low profile as if he weren't there. Dawn looks down at him and says, "That's all you are, is a bully." He looks up, and Dawn loses character as they realize he's actually bleeding. They take a few steps towards him, and he stills her with his good wing, which he holds up and says, "I'm okay. Know this, you've made an enemy today, Dawn, of Declan Sundry." And then he turns and leaves, walking off stage, not into the curtains, but into the auditorium and up towards the exit, where you can see staff are already attempting to catch him and check over his wound. Dawn gulps heavily before turning and walking back behind the closed curtains. The curtains raised.
Above board, really quick. Dawn loses 2 morale.
I love that. Thanks.
Yep.
Really good stuff.
Someone put that in the 6 of Hearts. Oh, I got it. I'm sorry. I'm back. These 2 morale. As the curtains raise, we see the same alley and warehouse out front. Although it appears that the men who were guarding the entrance have all approached Chip and Hecko, who are still wondering what they're supposed to be doing in the nook of the quote-unquote alley on set. "Hey, we told you all to get out of here," says the new guy, who does not bear a sign, but still seems ready to throw a punch.
Echo leans over to Chip and says, "So do I do real magic at this part, or what happens?"
No, pretend like you're doing magic. I'll handle the rest.
Okay, Echo kind of puts her hands out and starts moving them, but all the while sort of glancing back and forth at Chip.
Let me roll it. Flip the coin really quick. Tails, nothing happens at all.
Oh my god! Perfect.
Chip just walks out onto the stage after coughing a little bit. Yes, we are menacing you with magic.
Not only does nothing happen, but after a moment, when Chip gets the confidence to approach and begin speaking, one of the set men from the side throw out one of the glace orbs and kind of spatter it with a bit of simple illusion so that it's a different color. It's clearly hastily painted, but it drifts towards Echo, who can catch it and do with it what they will.
Yeah, Echo catches it and it's still not super sure what to do with it, but tries sort of tossing it in the air and making some hand motions around it.
Chip, continue.
Chip, just kind of like, continues his little, yes, we are menacing you with magic, indicated by this orb of, magic. You're very, intimidating, and we don't want you, to be doing that, and Chip is clearly completely flustered. You have our friends in there, and we're not going to just leave them, because we're heroes. And Chip looks at Dawn and gives the shittiest little grin. That's what heroes do.
They can see Dawn, who is standing literally like in the doorway of the warehouse, just out of sight of the audience, who kind of gives you like a no-go with their hands.
No. And Chip.
Suddenly,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Suddenly, the shadowed one jumps out as the man who is being gently tickled with the glace orb kind of grabs it and looks at Heko and goes, "What's this then?" and then pushes it back at them. The shadowed one, lands behind this new thug and stands there at his back with apparently a knife or a short sword and presses the tip of it into his back.
Yeah, that'll teach you. For menacing us, you get stabbed by a ghost.
Yep.
And neither of us had anything to do with it.
I'm doing very real magic directly at you, currently. And then kind of turns to Chip and gives him a thumbs up.
The man with the short sword at his back looks back at you, Heko, and says, Oh, is that thing supposed to be hurting me?
It's hurting you very badly right now.
He falls to his knees. Well, we'll see about that. He picks up one of the foam rocks on the ground and just hurls it directly at you. You not expecting it, it just bounces cleanly off your forehead. It looks like a lethal blow.
Yeah. Just kind of stares at it. She does not know what to do about this situation.
Chip fully...
She's forgotten which level of truth they're on.
Chip fully trips you.
Yeah, Echo drops.
The guy clears his throat before the shadowed one plunges the short sword somewhere into him. The short sword's length is roughly 2.5 feet, while the man's torso would be maybe not even 2 feet of depth. So he plunges it all the way through, and it kind of just does that. This is obviously a fake sword thing. But regardless of that, the man gasps and coughs up a bunch of pigmented blood, much similar to the actor earlier, which hits the ground and spatters everywhere on stage.
Oh, God, was he just holding that in his mouth the whole time? Chip says out loud. He looks at Chip and claps his cheeks with his hands, which kind of like projects a spatter at Chip.
Oh my God.
You'll need some Chip. Hold on.
At that moment, Dawn takes a running leap out of the warehouse entrance, doing a full somersault across the stage. They're going to attempt to do a big performance, like a Power Ranger somersault kind of thing. Because Dawn is the drama.
I believe in you.
We've done so well so far.
Oh my God. This is just going to keep happening to me all night.
It's really, really good. No, but I mean, it works for like what we're doing.
I literally have it like copy and pasteable the rolling direction.
That's a
That's
good
actually
idea.
really smart.
Someone look at this and confirm with their eyes that every performance check I've made anyone roll in the app
Is a
has been a
10.
2.
Yeah.
No, it's been a
Well, I
2,
can put it
then.
to 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 2
It-
plus 8, so yeah.
It ends up
Every
being
single
a-
one. There was one 3 earlier, but it wasn't performance.
To be fair, Jareth, I know you don't have the narrator's tome in front of you, but a 10 is a moderate check. So like easy is 8, 10's like of moderate difficulty.
Yeah, I've made no one truly embarrass themselves, I think, except for Dawn and the man playing Declan,
Yeah.
which was arguably the most important part of the first half.
Yeah.
So it was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was good shit.
I like to imagine Minerva slowly falling in slow motion off of a rail car this entire time. With
Oh,
no,
there was
with
a
no
funny part.
context.
I said fell off a train, but what I actually meant is when I jumped up on the train, I failed my stealth check, and the entire fucking train noticed me, so I had to throw a diversionary, illusionary explosion. So,
Oh, okay.
I don't-
You didn't
do you
actually.
remember that now?
I do remember that now. Never.
Okay, yeah. I didn't actually fall off the train, but I was joking because,
You
dumb
failed
bullshit.
it. Yeah, you failed the train car check, and then you had to leave. Okay, that makes so much
Yeah.
more sense. I was like, I wonder how Minerva's going to get out of this pickle. Stay tuned to find out.
Nope, just falls to death.
Yep.
We're good.
And I'll have to draw a new character art for Minerva. That's gonna.
Now you just do a splattered spot. That's all I knew.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Draw little X's on your eyes.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody ready? Everybody
Yeah.
good? Everybody ready?
Totally,
Yeah.
totally.
Born ready, man.
Dawn takes a big somersault across the stage from the entrance, and then as they attempt to land center stage, they hit that spot of wax and slide just a little further forward,
So good.
and sort of like hit the ledge of the stage and balance themselves before selling it, throwing their hands up to the audience who cheer. Everybody at this point seems sort of engaged in the play, mostly the front row, who at this point seem not just engaged but also nervous.
Understandable.
I mean, fair. People keep almost falling off.
And so Dawn, they take steps towards Pip and the like, and the man who is now clearly playing dead as he gently lays himself into his puddle of paint. And Dawn looks up at the shadowed one, Niles, and says, why did you do that? And he says, what do you mean?
Wild card.
They were gonna hurt us. They were gonna kill us. Dawn begins to try to say something, but almost immediately, a domesticated canine we've already seen earlier in the play from offstage howls. It's like an old hound dog's howl. He tries his best, but it's sort of like a oh. And he begins to bolt, as it were. He's obviously a nice older domestic dog, dressed up as a wolf. The prosthetics are quite awkward, so he takes like a soft gallop at Dawn, who immediately turns heel and starts to run off stage. And they wave their arms at the rest of you, as if to follow. There is a number of students on the side of the stage who appear to be casting illusory magic. Those of you on the stage can't really see it, but the audience perceives a number of duplicates of this old hound dog dressed as a wolf, also running out from the warehouse building.
Okay.
Regardless of what you guys do with this surprise, Dawn immediately hightails it off stage, and the curtains begin to draw while you all figure out what you're doing.
I think Echo would probably follow Dawn.
Like, don't leave me.
Chip
Yeah, basically.
Chip makes like tries to make like a dramatic show of one of the dogs biting Rabok on the leg, and he makes like a gesture towards it and makes sure that it's very noticeable, and then leaves the stage. Like he does like a whole walks up in the front of the stage, gestures to
are
it.
still slowly closing as the dog approaches Rabok, who's got his back leg thrown out a little too into a lunge. The dog sniffs it nervously before biting the haft of his pants sleeve and then tugging on it. The curtains shut on that display until the handler and Rabok and Chip try to get the animal to stop having a good time. We move on to the next scene. Everybody's off stage for another moment. This time, the set being rebuilt is much slower, and the audience is sort of given time to digest what has just happened. Some people are continuing their banter from the beginning, where they were sort of like, oh, so this is that thing they did.
Yeah.
Other people are not really sure what's going on at this point, but they're comparing this to sort of some noir-esque plays they have seen, or something similar across the stage. You also notice that the throngs at the front row of seats of this amphitheater are mostly lined with staff members who typically help work in this.
I don't know what this particular song is, but
everybody ready for the next scene?
Totally ready.
Yep.
Excellent. The curtains draw back again, this time slowly being drawn up by corner ropes so as to tie them above and accent the whole stage, giving it a lower profile. The students are all talking amongst themselves, and a pair of armored individuals who the students all recognize as campus guards. They're sort of like in uniform. Some of it is casual wear, and they look a little nervous to be here. But one of them is excitedly reciting their lines. Just a little too scripted, but not enough to be horrible. They're reading questions that are obviously prepared for them on a notepad that they're pretending to write answers in. The scene goes about as such. Dawn speaks first, saying, We're being chased by wolves. They're loose in the streets. The menagerie, their warehouses. Well, it's overrun. The guards. Okay. Taking notes. They turn and look at the rest of you as if waiting for you to speak too. Being chased, we'll be sure to stop that. One of the other guards loosely thumbs the short sword from the last scene, although now it's totally different, out of their hilt, and they sort of produce it in the direction of Kartia. Yeah, we'll be ready. The foremost guard approaches first the shadowed one. So, what's your take on what happened here? Well, yeah, we had to defend ourselves, basically, bad guys. They were, not happy that we were being tourists and exploring the city. Tried to act like, they got dibs on the city streets and stuff. We didn't know that, of course. And we had to defend ourselves. He looks up at Chip next. What's your story?
They were gangsters, and they decided to attack us.
Oh my god, we let Chip have a possibility to fuck this up?
Merely
Oh yeah.
defended ourselves against these vicious and terrible miscreants. And we did
This is
so
pretty
with...
true to what happened in real life.
I mean, that's you guys are towing a very fine line with what you're willing to let them know about us.
Yeah. And we...
The entire school is witnessing all of this, and I'm just like, you're letting
let's
Chip?
tell them about the part where we lied to the cops. Yeah. This is a really important part of the plot.
Anyway, I'm good.
And we did it with the kind of style and grace that patrons will talk about for years and years and years. Isn't that right, patrons? And he winks at the, area of the stand where, the Patrons Guild would sit, and he winks at them all.
There are people in procession in the highermost stands who you recognize. Some of them are patrons we've seen before. Some of them are older staff members and people who are merchants and things from within the city. This is not typical, and this play is sort of being performed after a week of performance. So, whatever was advertised clearly just got a number of passes out with the people who come to this school for events, usually. It perhaps speaks volumes to whatever the Six of Hearts are putting together. A small number of patrons are here in attendance. Thank you, Chip. We can go through the procession, but I think it's time to let Heko speak.
Is she being asked by one of the guards right now?
The guards basically are just, the scene opened with guards standing here going, oh, you guys are being chased. Why? One at a time.
Echo looks super unsure and keeps, kind of glancing at Dawn. She's not sure how to respond, and she goes, we were acting in a perfectly legal manner in regards to some criminals, and that's all I will say.
I plead the
I'll
fifth.
not incriminate myself.
Again, we're on the 6th level of meta narrative. She has no idea what's going on.
So it is hilarious. I love how you guys do this. Dawn, basically, their speaking part for this part was that the guards stopped them, and they went, "We're being chased. This warehouse was overrun."
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And then Rava hasn't spoken yet.
And then Heko immediately got triggered by being like, "Oh, I didn't do it! I didn't do it! I didn't do it!"
Yeah, pretty much.
The actual canon is that Dawn roughly said we got attacked by this warehouse overrun with monsters, and then Niles said, "But anyone that got killed, it was because of self-defense. Not that we killed anyone."
Yes.
Yeah.
No one died, but if they did, it was completely legal the way that it happened.
Yeah, the actual canon is we have no idea how to lie whenever not kidding.
This is like pretty true to real life as well, yeah.
So I'm glad that what I wrote is exactly how you guys remember it. You guys are obviously still in character. Good job, everyone.
Good job.
A round of applause. Dawn, let me open with a deft and subtle lie. The rest of the party, we didn't talk about this.
We didn't do anything. Talk to my lawyer.
Chip with 2 thumbs up, and we're still awesome.
What the hell is our lawyer's name again? It's the school.
Thatch.
Pat.
That Patch, we
My
need him
boy
on stage
Patch.
with us right now to just pat people on the head and be like, no, shut up.
You guys don't see him in the audience. If
Oh, no.
he is here, you don't see him up front with the rest of the
He just has a sign that says "Stop incriminating yourself."
Shut up, you've gone too far. Oh, he's just got a blow dart and he just shoots it into people's necks and they pass out.
I mean, we're kidding ourselves if we think he has enough free time to do something like attend a play.
Good, very, very good point.
Keep that man busy.
Actually, this is work. Like, he's trying to make sure that nobody...
It is kind of like work
An
related.
investment, protecting his investment.
Very good point.
Basically.
All right, sorry.
No
Real.
comment. No comment. But I am going to continue putting on play now.
Please do.
So down the list went to Heko, who basically said, "I'm not guilty of anything." The guard nods slowly, and then actually writes on the notepad this time just a number of question marks, and then shows it to Dawn, who kind of solemnly looks at it. And then nods.
This is exactly the response that I was hoping to provoke with everything about Echo. Just when I created the character, the response is supposed to be just a bunch of question marks.
Perfect.
Ravok was the actual only one who had to lie about any of this excursion at all. He went in there with Niles, who didn't actually do anything criminal. He just hung out and made sure no one got hurt, and then when it looked like somebody was beating up Echo, he attacked. Now, to be fair, you actually got really hurt too, Echo. You did get...
Oh, she fully got impaled. I think this was a pretty, censored version of what happened.
Yeah, you got hit with a brick in the face, and then he chased you down and gored you.
Yes.
With
She's
his,
fine, though.
horn.
It happens.
So, I like my version better.
I mean, your version is definitely less upsetting.
I talked to my lawyer before I put this play on.
You should always talk to a lawyer before you put a play on. They don't tell you that in theater class.
They don't. They should.
Exactly.
They should.
So we move on last to Ravok, who steps up to the guard and he says, as he puts his big sword back on his back sheath, "Well, the only thing that I have to say is that they need to do a better job keeping their animals, and that they basically sicked a bunch of wolves on us, right? And I don't know if you heard, but I was the victor of the tournament earlier. Yeah, they tried to kill me." And he shrugged. "So, please arrest them or something. Do your jobs." And then he walks out of scene. The guards, who are a little taken aback, but are actually just actors, in this play. They're the guards, but they've agreed to act in this play off their shift. Sort of look at each other and they go, "Well, actually, we don't really go out into the city and arrest anyone. That would be the city of Cartia's job. They have their own guards. Yeah, and then they walk off stage after Ravok, the child soldier.
This
Everyone
play
looks sort
is a
of,
political statement.
Oh yeah. People in the fucking
Arceus
audience are
references.
yelling fucking fuck 12.
So Dawn assumes you all follow them and
His
walks off
costume.
stage after the guards. You guys follow them, or does anybody have any improv they want to do, any acting while they've got the stage?
God, no. Echo leaves as soon as she's able.
Alright,
Brisk walk.
Acting is not Echo's comfort zone.
For sure. Chip will walk off stage. Yeah, Chip doesn't have anything to say.
fantastic. A number of theater students at this point approach Dawn and Chip and ask them a few questions behind the curtains about what they're doing next, just making sure they're doing it right. Before they grab a series of pamphlets from a shelf nearby and all head out and into the audience. They begin giving out these sheets of paper to some of the members of the audience, most exclusively our professor, Joylight, in the audience up front, and a few other staff members, some of the prefects from the different classes, and all of the seniors of the drama division here. They all get these little pamphlets, questionnaires, which seem to ask them kind of like what they feel about certain things. And it's a little strange, and Dawn sort of is just like getting into their next costume, which is like dressed down from that jacket. They're now putting on their actual combat uniform. They seem to have cleaned it up and gotten it ready for this play. And they ask you guys if you brought your armor. They ask you, Heko. They ask Chip. And then he doesn't. They don't even need to ask the actors who are playing Ravok and Niles and Minerva and all of them who aren't really present yet, but will be soon. They're already in their like gear, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, in game, but I think also just, I don't know, in narrative, Echo doesn't really wear armor. She's wearing the fitted garb, and that's pretty much the only armor she rocks with.
Yeah, you don't wear the collective's magic armor and sports ball or anything?
I don't remember if she got any, but I don't have that affecting my character sheet as far as I can tell, so, like, not really.
You do, just out of
Okay.
just on a note, you do have armor that you are allowed to wear at any point you want to. It is that magical armor that can heal itself.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think Echo knows what's going on enough to know if she should put it on.
No, it's funnier if you just do what you feel is right. Dawn addresses you to be like, all right, are you ready to put your armor on for the next part? Oh, wait, did I not tell you to get your armor?
Echo's like, I don't have it. I'll just go without. It's fine.
Are you sure? I actually got some of the sages for the next part.
Are we getting actually beat up, Dawn? I'm really confused.
Well, I mean, like, you know, it's sparring. It's like stage fighting. You can still get hurt stage fighting, so you gotta do stretches, and if you're gonna wear gear, you've gotta put it on before you stretch.
This is confusing. Can I do real magic at them?
Can you do magic that doesn't actually hurt people?
Not really.
You know, I did act you. I asked you if you wanted to act in this, so I appreciate that you did.
Okay.
You're doing great.
Okay, I won't use real magic then? Is that...
Yeah, no one here signed a consent form to actually get, like, killed
Okay.
or hurt with Aurora.
Okay. That sounds good. I'll just pretend to, do it, I guess. It's going great so far, thanks, Dawn.
Yeah. Yeah, did you see when I almost slipped, but I caught myself?
That was really good. I
That's
didn't
what
even
acting
notice.
is all about.
You did a really good job.
You didn't even notice? Damn.
I barely noticed at all.
I noticed when you swam across the stage. You know, it's okay. The scene's almost set up.
Okay.
All right, you got this. Dawn heads over to the coat rack and puts their like armored vest thing on, before taking the whip and kind of like looking nervous with it. They realize it's got a little blood on the end of it. Try to clean that. It's gross.
A gross reminder
somewhere
of your
else.
incompetence.
Somewhere else off stage, one of the actors, the tallest one in the whole auditorium, in fact, is being ushered to their place in the bleachers that they will be sitting for this next scene. Varen, you don't remember attending this event, likely because you were busy at the time, but it was massively important to like school intros line up certain times of year with events like this, and this is like a big tournament that the school holds. So, is that something that you feel that your character would attend, or is this sort of fiction now?
Yeah, I think we actually established in Varen's backstory that he was there for like that tournament and probably like saw you guys, but didn't know you or anything. So just kind of
that's hilarious. Okay, so there's some context then for you being in this arena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got my popcorn. My rockcorn.
Perfect.
Rockcorn.
Do you have any further suggestions? Do you want any sort of interaction during this next bit?
No suggestions.
Respect. All right.
I do
so
like the visual though of a bunch of people like just sitting down in regular chairs and fucking Varen just so big around all of them, standing up
I'll have to stand.
so huge.
Yeah,
because no chairs will hold me.
Mm-hmm.
None of the ones on stage anyway.
None of the stage chairs.
I have a plan with Varen in this next scene. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any input.
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, go.
Thank you so much. We are ready to set up on the next scene. Varen, you were being guided to your place in a series of these short bleachers. They're like the theater bleachers that are used on stage for chorus and things like that nature. They're very shallow. You are practically like ankle to toe against the wooden slats of this bleacher. You're fairly high for someone so dense, being maybe on the fourth row of 5. And you're positioned in an uncomfortable seat is where the rest of the students seem to push you to. That is notably directly before an actual stage that is like 3-4 feet wide, depth of 3 feet. You could stand on the stage and be comfortable, but for some reason they have you sitting in like the most narrow part of the bleacher right behind it. Afterwards,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. You have a question?
So is the situation that like I'm sitting in a really awkward spot, I see a really open, easy spot that I probably would rather be?
Oh yeah, it looks like that place could probably actually accommodate like your size.
Okay, I'm eyeballing it real hard.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so are some other people that are now filing in the row beneath you. And other students who realize as they push past you on the bleachers behind you even, how difficult this is. That being said, all the students and actors seem to be doing it as hastily as they can as the band begins to lay a more progressive track that is less cool and beautiful and lo-fi and ambient to suit the next scene.
Was that a hint to switch the song?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll find it. Don't you Don't you dang worry. Hit me with a vibe suggestion. Just hit me with a
vibe suggestion. Good fantasy anime? Or maybe like
That's an
French
oxymoron if I've ever heard one.
French cartoon about fantasy?
That's some
It's incredibly specific.
It's so specific.
Maybe City Street in Cartia during the tournament.
Still suspended. Alright.
Bardcore. I don't know. If I just keep saying keywords, Google gets it eventually, right?
Yeah.
Ye olde tournament music.
Just play Doom music then.
Just play do. I got it. Tempo really don't want to.
I might just roll with it. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll with this. Alright. The stage opens, revealing a setup not dissimilar to the first arena building for Glace, only the stage is heavily cobbled now, absolutely covered in the foam rocks and gravel of the scenes earlier, which you all know are apparently designed to be used as weapons if necessary. And revealing behind this grand rocky stage a number of caged entrances which look to resemble like a Colosseum's gladiator arena style gates, which you lift on chains. Above those are rows of bleachers, which are the same rows of bleachers they've been this whole time, but try to imagine them, you know, with context. They're obviously bigger and more illustrious than they appear in the auditorium of the Grand Guild University. Some of you have actually attended this tournament and seen this arena. It is massive and impressive. It's a piece of city culture, which is used as often as anyone can manage. And the stands are full of people. A number of them stand out because they are intentionally highlighted with hooded lanterns which project light down, probably blinding the actors who are doing their best to appear unbothered. The first group of individuals in the stands who are most obvious, with the stage being empty as it is, are a number of people who are all wearing cloaked robes like the first scene. They surround one man who is recognized because of the armor pieces he's wearing, not because of the person who's playing him. It becomes obvious to anyone with a brain who pays attention that there is a new actor playing the part of Declan, but he is make-upped to appear similar as he can. Only now there's a big black line drawn across his face, taking out two of his eyes. The stage makeup department resembled a scar as fast as they could, with the actor who was already in makeup being put out. So, he is enthralled with these thugs who seem to just sort of be on the lookout. They're like looking around in the auditorium, they're looking around in the bleachers here. One of them is even fanning the man bird, Declan. The other actors who are lit up with beacon lights are on the other end of the entire other end of the stage. A man who has found himself an actual chair, which is put upon a short, shallow stage, which juts out of the bleachers at a spot. He sits upon this nice seat here with plenty of leg room and a sort of stand beside him, upon which he has his own wine to drink. The two Cartia guards are there beside him, only it's obviously the same Grand Guild guards from earlier, just wearing like prop armor to resemble the Cartia guard with their very loud helmets and emblems. And they sit on either side of this man in this sort of throne and guard him. He just seems to have the best seat in the house, and he is declaring so to the audience, sort of mumbling that he has the best view and can't wait for the festivities. Behind him, Varen sits, unfortunately blinded by the beacon light, so that they can hardly make out the man in front of him, just that he is very comfortable. And you sort of help set the backdrop with your dark, stony body. It actually makes his elaborate costume and velveteen throne and the torch lights around him and the candle on his stand, it makes him all the more of the focus of what's going on right now.
Contributing. You know how when you got somebody with big old broad shoulders on an airplane in those tiny seats?
Yes.
And they're all hunched over. That's exactly what Varen looks like right now. And he's
It's
just like...
true.
He doesn't glare at people, but if he did, he would be. I want that spot.
Yeah. Perfect. After a moment or two of really yearning for that seat there that would actually allow you to be comfortable, the man sitting in it stands up. And begins to speak out to the crowd with a bit of bardic rhapsodism. He is kind of projecting his voice, which seems to amplify and hit the back walls. He sounds friendly and unfamiliar. He says, "Greetings, everyone. Today is a glorious day for both the Grand Guild University and the city itself. Cartia is proud to host these games every year, and it's been a long time since we could host them like this. Today, we will be putting all the strongest and most athletic students on display. They know what's at risk here, but also what's at reward. As mayor of this city, I hope everyone has a good time and enjoys the games." And he sits back down.
There is a controversial murmur from the crowd about the mayor.
Rows of competitors. Sorry, I was sipping water. Rows of combatants and competitors all exit from the chain gates, which are slowly being pulled open. The ones who can stoop under and enter the stage first, realizing that the excitement in the crowd is palpable enough that this is actually a display for them. They can show off their acting prowess by taking this massive arena that was built exactly for this purpose. Within the crowd of students, actors dressing up and pretending to be gladiators, there are a number of students who don't fit in. 3 sages, recognizable by the actual swords they wear on their person, adorned across their hips and backs at intervals with different numbers. The 3 here are not the most famous sages, but they are the sword sages. They talk amongst themselves and they seem a bit uncomfortable, both to the audience who murmurs at them and the mayor and the proceedings and the play, but also to the recognition from the actors around them, who all seem to be almost playing or toying with them about this big tournament of power they're about to put on in the form of theater. Eventually, everyone takes a post at different corners of the stage, and they talk about how the tournament actually works. Who's going to fight whom, in what order, and how the winners will be decided in each match based on their surrender or their eventual unconsciousness or even death. There are some in the city who think it is barbaric to host these games, and members of the audience, students and the like, begin to actually talk They were told this is sort of like a free period, so even Varen is aware that at this point, the actors in the background are supposed to sort of just voice their opinions and chat for the next 2 or 3 minutes while all the actors find their spot.
Is that stage opened up like at all?
It is, yeah. You could just technically come down from the bleachers if you wanted and enter the place that's been set up to look like an arena.
Alright, I'm gonna do it.
It just walks on stage.
Is it like... Is it gonna be like super awkward or weird if I do that?
Are you asking me, the storyteller, to tell you what will be the consequence of your actions before you see them for yourself?
No, I'm gonna do it. He's a big man. He's gonna start scooting.
Yeah, you have to do that really awkward shuffle or through the people in the actual audience outside of this play who are just in the bleachers. You are doing that big in your way shuffle across. You get a bunch of oi, people like throwing their arms up like we're in the middle of a fucking performance, bro. And you just keep on going, just shoving people, elbows in faces, knees in asses. It's a lot.
He's gone method.
If it helps, Baron, if it helps. The easiest way would just be to pass this guy in the chair with like the actual foot room and just like walk past him and drop off of that little 3-foot ledge.
It's the most extra ass way.
And it's just up to you. I mean, I don't know how you read rooms. I love this. Just do what you want. You can't.
I'm struggling. Yeah, I'm struggling to like visualize it. I know you've given a lot of description, but I'm still struggling to like visualize it myself. But I think I'll do that, right? So I'll do like front first. Like you're not really supposed to do front first. I think you're supposed to do back first. I'm not sure what the etiquette is, but he does the opposite of that.
You're gonna go front first, basically stepping onto the ledge of the actors on the row underneath you, and your rock butt is gonna make most of the actors in the back 2 rows have to try to not fall off. As you exit down to the very far row where the stair of this bleacher is and walk down.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your choice of a physical performance or a social performance.
Only a physical for me. 13.
Wow. So everyone is startled, surprised, perhaps even mildly outraged. The older term students who have maybe been doing this for a while seem outraged with you and try to resist you. But none of the students in any of the bleachers on row 4 or behind it can do anything but get out of your way. You easily slide past them all, as gently as you can manage, though often gently for you in this case will be steadying students with your large arm whenever they obviously lose their.
Yeah, like hitting your head on a rock is still hitting your head on a rock, even if it's a gentle rock.
But like for sure, you're a gentle rock. But you do hit them on the head with a rock.
Alright.
And eventually you make your way to the base of the bleachers. You're basically now behind the caged iron gates, which have been pulled up, and you just step through them to enter the arena where anyone else is. Where all the students who have like dressed up as gladiators are standing.
Oh gosh, did I just turn into the main event?
Yeah, if you want to. I mean, you haven't come through the gate yet, so you can do your entrance here however you want.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna just go through the gate. Yeah.
All right, so you walk out into the stage, immediately sort of casting your form on the different lights which have been placed around the arena to sort of frame the different free companies that are being acted out here. So you can kind of stand wherever you want, but for the most part, the different corners of the arena all have like a torch with a different color, which emanates from it with the use of Aurora to control it. And they're just very gently enshrouding the different quote-unquote groups of gladiators.
Okay. Is my company in this The Six of Hearts.
You do see the Six of Hearts. Yes, you see Dawn seems to be armored up, and they're doing like an actual group huddle with Heko, who's dressed as they normally are, and Ravok, who is actually wearing the Six of Hearts gear and a piece of cheese on their head. This large piece of cheese, which resembles a whole quarterling section of like an actual cheese block. Only it's sculpted in such a way that there's like a clay helmet sort of thing that fastens over the back of their head to keep the cheese in place.
Okay. I think at this point he would realize that he's on the stage on accident. Did this draw attention? Like does it look like he's the guy that people are about to fight?
Ooh, the cheese hat guy? Does Ravok look like they're about to fight?
No, me. Like coming through, does Varen coming through the cage? Does that look like
you entering the stage is mostly met with quiet gasps from the actors themselves. The different gladiators are in different corners of the arenas, and they're all looking you up and down as you enter the stage. Some of them look at you with sort of an incredulous face. Others just look confused. One of them raises their hand and waves at you. You have been around here long enough that you may recognize this student as a member of the Sword Sages. They are quite tall and somewhat of a... Can you describe him, Sherry, for the audience? Can you describe the three of the Sword Sages beneath the top two? For our audience, yeah.
Am I taking a break?
Sherry?
Apologies, I was stream checking.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just there was a glitch with the stream. I fixed it though. So what did I miss? I'm so sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No.
So,
It's okay.
Baron has walked out onto the stage.
Awkwardly.
No one has actually
awkwardly
stopped them. No one stopped them or said anything to them yet, but as they're walking out onto the stage, they spot the Six of Hearts, and all of the other actors playing roles are sort of staring at them with incredulity. They don't know what they're doing. However, the three members of the Sword Sages, not Sword Sage 1 and not Sword Sage 2, but the other three members all greet Dvarin. And I think this is a good segue for you to both introduce those members of the Sword Stages to the audience and to Dvarin.
Yes. So a tall Asrian, which are the feathered bird folk, with a cast on one of his arms that's slung over his shoulder, approaches you and gives you a nod, like a nervous look on his face, and says, "Good evening. I was not entirely sure what I was agreeing to when I came out here, but it seems like this is more of a satiristic situation, so..."
All right, I see we have something in common. Do you have an extra prop sword?
I can give you a prop sword. Our company, we train in fighting. What we do not do is train in fake fighting.
I see. Well, it's pretty easy. You just fight like normal, except you miss. Hopefully, a lot.
The shorter Emberkin, with gray sort of charcoal skin and two horns that curl around his messy mop of black hair. He's on the left of him, looks up at you. Yeah, he's probably not gonna have too hard of a time at missing. It's kind of his thing. Gives him an elbow to the ribs. I think we'll be just fine with our real weapons. We won't hurt you. But if you wanted to use a fake one, what's your weapon of choice? A sword? Yeah. He holds his hand out and manifests a sword. A sword just materializes in his hand. It looks like it's wreathed in this sort of writhing black flame. He hands it to you. That will go right through anyone you hit with it. It has no ability to harm.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. All right. Cool. I'll just gonna grab the sword. Debating if I should join my group, which is 6 people, or ask them to.
At this point, there are only 4 members of the Six of Hearts. Or is it 5? Hold on. Chip, Dawn, Niles, Rabok, Echo. Yeah, it's only 5 members now.
I think that the canon is what you make of it. At this point, you're telling your story, right? Just remember, we win. And he smiles, this cheeky grin.
An actor runs from offstage behind the Tverin, the same way that you came through the same gate. An actress runs up into the stage. She has a long wig, which is well brushed, but obviously a little crooked as she is running up into the foray here. She comes over towards the Sword Sage group with you, standing there with them, and sort of looks a little confused at first, before they pull on the rest of their prop armor, and then pull out a sword, and they say, "Sorry, I'm late, everyone." The Sword Sages recognize this as an actress portraying their current leader. Well, not their leader. The Sword Sage who's actually here to help them, who's really strong.
Yes.
Who doesn't do part-time work.
She does not do part-time work. One of them looks at her with a look of surprise and then realizes it's not actually her, and then this is so weird. I'm looking for all of their names right now.
He seems to be overreading the script here on a scroll, which she unfurls and checks over. I'll say it's weird. It says here that me and Dawn are supposed to go toe-to-toe for how many stanzas?
I don't know what a stanza is, but good luck. Break a leg.
Well, yes. And you too. Are you the actual Sword Sages? She says as she leans in.
The Asrian says, "Yes, we are. We are the one and only, or many and only. Yes, that's us. What exactly are we supposed to really do? We were told to make an appearance, but what's the reason for this?"
Well, we've all rehearsed. I guess your stand-ins, wow, you actually came.
Well, not all of us.
Wow.
We are here for a couple of reasons, but one of them was to help tell the story properly. Make sure the credit goes in the right place,
Sure. Say, I know that my role is the most important one, right? So do you guys have any acting tips? How do I do it best, Your leader, she doesn't say much, but she sure does pack a wallop.
Well, for starters, she's not the leader. And second, brutal, heartless, relentless, and terrifying. That's the best way to sum her up.
Do you think I should, and she leans in, should I curse at Dawn?
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't say really much of anything. Actually, you should say the words, "Give up. Why are you still trying? This is pointless. just die already. She really likes saying just die already. It's her favorite thing to say.
In exactly that order?
Sure. That's how I remember it. The other one nods in agreement. Yes, that sounds correct. It was a lot of, why are you doing this? Just give up. You are going to lose. I was mostly unconscious at this point because the little one with the big sword, he hit me in the back of the head very hard. But you just do that. Maybe sing. I don't know. It's a performance, right? You can sing it. Just to give up. This is pointless. You know, however, you see. He looks away ashamed. Fit.
It's nice to see Jen again, by the way, Dylan.
It's just nice to see Jen again.
It's a different character.
The festivities have sort of been on halt. Everyone in the audience has been regarding this janitor who has come on stage, and they seem to be polishing a certain corner of the stage. They kind of kick some of the rocks out of the way and take a wipe and a tool and scrape up a bit of residual wax, which the spell left behind.
This is still kind of an intermission, correct?
I'm about to start the action again, yeah.
Okay, before you do, I actually wanted to cut away to something that is technically going to be happening right now. But I heard somebody else try to speak, so go ahead. Say what you were going to say.
So if Varen is like not in public, like, so if the curtain's closed and everything right now, maybe he'll just I don't know if he wants to be involved in this because he knows he's not supposed to be here. So he'll be like to the woman who just showed up, the new actress. I'll be like, I was gonna take your spot because you were late, but since you're here now, I'm glad everything's under control. He's gonna, clap his hands, and here's your sword back. I'm gonna sidle off.
Is there someone? Do we have someone to play Rust? I know Rust was probably not coming, so is there someone here to play him?
Who are you asking?
Just literally anyone nearby. Probably the woman who's supposed to play Fajin. Fajin, by the way, is the sword sage who beat the hell out of Dawn.
Yes. I did not know her name. I apologize.
That's okay.
So Varen, is there? Yes. So you ask that woman, if there is anyone to play Rust.
Rust.
She says,
Rust, by the way, was the person who was their de facto leader in the scene.
Oh.
He's the beast folk, the very, very strong buff fox beast folk who used orbit
He's
swords.
number 2?
He's number 2.
Holy shit.
Fajin's number 3.
Huh.
I remember that's true now, although it's still strange even in my play.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. The other one was a little bit of a hothead, so it makes sense. Like, they'd want somebody a little more, calm to make some, overall executive decisions, but still, she didn't really talk much.
Their actual leader chose to step out because he wanted it to be a fair fight, regardless of whether they won or lost.
Oh, yeah.
He wanted to make sure it was fair, so their actual leader wasn't even fighting.
Yeah. I remember being offended about that.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys need a stand-in, I have a magic sword that goes through stuff.
Yes.
Well, I don't see any of our other actors here, so I guess Don really expected all of you. I hope you didn't disappoint them. Yes, the part of Rust should be should be fairly easy for you. You were wearing that beastkin fur hood earlier. It'd probably still work for this next scene.
Yeah, I have that still. Sure, I'll grab that.
Someone from offstage is obviously going to bring it to you. Yeah, they bring it to you at some point. And then she says, there really aren't too many speaking lines. You sort of have to cajole Dawn a bit at the beginning and say that you like you have to say that you like their fire, and that's sort of it, isn't it? And then you get knocked out, and it's a big surprise because no one thought you would go down that fast.
The two sword sages look visibly upset. He didn't go down that fast. I mean, he kind of got sucker punched. If you really think about it, he wasn't really. He like kicks rocks.
No, he went down pretty fast. I was there.
Shut up. No, he did.
Actually, I was there in the audience too. He did go down pretty fast.
Sorry,
it says in the script that he.
It says right here he went down pretty fast.
he was bullying the other members of the Six of Hearts, and then Dawn punched him in the face, and he went out.
Yeah,
I
remember that.
I would not call it bullying. I mean, he's not really a bully. He's more of a jovial.
Oh no, he's for sure a bully.
He's like a happy jokester. Jovial is the word I would use, maybe to describe.
I'm not bullying you. I'm just laughing while I'm making fun of you. See, we're having a good time. We're having a great time together. Here, shove.
Yep. Super jolly. Yeah. No, that's pretty spot on, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Well, well, one of your people are joining us, so maybe our bully of a captain is better than your not bully of a captain, bullied captain, maybe. Yeah, they look like just visibly put off. The Emberkin one. He just sort of sighs. It's fine. Just let it go. And the two of them just grumble and walk away.
Meanwhile, the rest of the sword sages are sort of having a tete-a-tete. The actors all know exactly what they're doing in this next part. They mentioned to Heko and Chip that this is the part that they rehearsed the most. They knew that this was like the most important part of their role. And then Dawn just winks at you and says to go with it, Heko.
Okay. That's what I've been doing this whole time. Should I do something different?
If you feel up to the task, you could maybe do some real magic this time. Just real magic that doesn't hurt. Could you maybe, create a spell that looks like it hurts?
I will try.
I'll help you any way I can.
Okay. I'll think about it.
Sensi, the Emberkin, he just raises one of his hands and says, You can throw damaging attacks at me. It's fine. I'll be alright.
Okay. Echo's running through the list of spells in their head and thinks about how she's got some that do damage and some that just knock your soul out of your body.
Maybe steer clear of those ones.
I like that one. That one was very helpful.
It's a really fun one, is the problem.
It's like kind of goes to like push a person's soul out of their body, but it sure is fun at parties.
It's fun in the middle of a fight. Maybe not so much during a play.
Maybe not.
You can just then burn the body while the soul.
That helped so much, actually. It was kind of a team bonding moment, honestly, if you think about it.
We got to kill someone together. It was.
Yeah. It was actually. If you think about it, it was kind of romantic. Like
it was a great first date. I don't know about you. Anyway.
So I hope you guys don't mind my saying, but it seems like we're all really engaged with what's going on, and I'm really enjoying it.
I'm glad. I
do realize this has run on a little longer than I anticipated.
It's okay. I am going to cut away from the play for just a brief moment and put the spotlight on Minerva just for a minute as the play is
still falling.
It's still falling from the snow. Minerva's not falling.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. I put the spotlight on Minerva for just a moment as Minerva is doing things in tandem with the play happening. So Minerva. Last you left off, you were trying to spy on a particular individual in the hopes of gathering some more information about the people that you may or may not be working for.
Yeah, let me grab my book real quick.
remind myself where that spot was.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna leave a little bit of that ambiguous as it doesn't fully pertain to your next plan of action. But keep in mind
Juliana, the accountant, is what we're referring to.
Juliana, the accountant for the
and the tilted glass being the name of the inn that she ended up going to.
Correct.
And that was covered in wards that I triggered as soon as I approached.
You did, yes. You triggered the wards and deftly escaped, attempting to get back to the university as fast as possible, but unfortunately failing the attempt at sneaking onto one of the wealthier, faster-moving rail cars that would have taken the beelined you straight to the university over the many scabrous slopes, cliff sides, and plateaus that the city of Cartia is made up of. Unfortunately, you were noticed and had to create a diversion to escape and flee. Your ghostly frock of clothing just kind of trailing behind you into the aurora mist of the city in the night. Eventually, you find your way walking around, sort of back towards the university, the direction you were trying to head anyways, knowing full well that you were going to miss the play. Like, you knew you weren't going to make it in time. There's no way you were going to be able to get there sans some sort of magical event.
I can just follow I can just follow the carriage back. Well, because not follow the carriage, but so I was on a carriage that came here, that the lady was in, so I can just follow that route back. But I'm very aware that I'm not going to reach it, so just taking my time, checking the sites, that kind of thing.
Fair enough. Let me turn tempo down just a little bit, just a smidge. The walk back is cold as usual. The crisp night air, cutting onto like your bare shoulders and bare face. It's very cold.
I'm wearing the winter gabison that I had
stolen winter
borrowed permanently.
Permanent borrowed. Okay. So never mind.
And,
in that case,
wrapped the scarf around my face that I got from the person I definitely didn't murder.
I love all of these open-ended, ambiguous remarks. Yes, you're fully garbed then. The wind does not bite your face. The cold does not penetrate the gambison. So you continue on your way, just face buffeted against the whipping wind and the cold air around you. It's actually a relatively nice winter night out. Eventually, you get somewhat close to the university and catch a conversation. You hear a couple of people mumbling in an alley. Nothing too inconspicuous, but you catch the word Coventry said.
Catches my interest enough to do my stealthy bits.
Yeah, you're pretty close to the university at this point. Like, you're not too far away. If you were to full sprint nonstop all the way there, you would make it to Stonebridge, to Great Bridge, which is that huge bridge separating the city of Cartia from the university itself. You'd be able to make it there, probably with enough time to catch the very last act of the play. But this
yeah, sorry, this isn't Spider-Man 2. I'm not going to catch the last second of Mary Jane's performance.
That's fair. But you do hear the word Coventry. You turn.
Sorry, Mary Jane.
Sorry, Mary Jane.
No, it's fine. This is actually Echo. I think would have died of embarrassment had you been here. So yeah,
it's great. It's all great. No, honestly, I just love the fact that you knew exactly who was Mary Jane in that scenario.
I mean, duh.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna roll for a stealth if that's cool, there, Chief.
Please do. It's gonna be a
red
physical.
Kata and Gloomshade.
Perfect. So you get the mad pluses. It's going to be, I think it's focus stealth for you. So go ahead and make me a focus stealth check.
And then, so that is, that is 17, my friend.
That's so high. Yeah, you're invisible. You lurch into the shadows of this alleyway, avoiding the aurora lantern's sort of burning glow. It makes that dull whir sound and creates that acrid sort of burnt ozone smell. You just dodge it right out of the way of it, just deftly avoiding all of the shadows, lantern lights, and anything that might disturb your ghostly form as you almost become shadow and just form yourself against the side of the wall, just slinking closer and closer, making these silent deft footsteps towards the murmur. You hear two individuals, two different voices speaking to a third voice. One of them saying, "Are you sure, boss? I mean, it's not really like you wanted to be there. I mean, you kept saying that you didn't care, but you're making it kind of sound like you care a little bit." And the third voice says, "I don't know where you've started getting this tone all of a sudden with me, but if you don't quell your yammering skull cave, I will collapse it for you. Understood?" "Right, yes sir, I'm terribly sorry. Could you, be so kind, my lord, as to explain to me what it is you're doing right now? Why are we skulking around in alleyways?" The third voice. Now, as you get closer, it's revealed that the third voice is Coventry himself. As per Coventry's eyes are glazed over, almost rolled back in his head. His hand is bleeding. The palm of his hand is bleeding. And he has in his other hand a mommet, which is you've taken some arcane classes, you probably know. It is a sort of a representation of another individual. It looks vaguely like Dawn. And he is mumbling. It's got hair on its head, and it has blood smattered across, like it's the faceplate of it.
Gotcha.
He says, "What we are doing, if I need to remind you again, is spying to make sure they don't slander my name, and as an added bonus, we're going to ruin their little performance. It'll be easy. And they will know not to mess with me any longer. Well, they won't be able to mess with me any longer. They will be the laughingstock. No one will take them seriously after this. I mean, honestly, I probably don't even need to do any work. They'll probably ruin it themselves." And the three of them laugh. You could tell the other two are giving a forced laugh.
All right. So for the other two that are there, they look like meathead sword swingers, right?
One of them looks like a meathead. They're not wielding weapons, but one of them does look like a meathead. He's relatively large. He is a Aleph, pointed ears. He's bald, and he's got tattoos on his head. He's wearing a leather jerkin, but it is styled in the Coventry House form. The other one is tall, regal, two horns that roll down the sides of his back, the back of his head, standing upright, and he looks like he's alert. He's just looking around, his eyes kind of scanning. He's got kind of goat-like features. His face is a what's the word for a goat-looking individual? I don't know. Doesn't matter. He looks like a goat man, and he's just scanning around. His eyes are just
equine, but that's wrong. That's horse.
Yeah, not equine, but goat-like. And his eyes are almost fully black and glassed over, and he's just kind of looking around slowly. It looks like he's trying to scan, keep a watch, but obviously he doesn't see you.
All right. Well, so what we're going to have to do is get a little bit more use out of this illusionary explosive tactic here. So I'm going to try a thing. I'm going to spawn an illusory explosion on the item that's in his hand, the mommet.
Okay.
To attempt to make him think that it's about to explode. Or
Okay.
that it has exploded.
That it has exploded.
And just cause a panic, and we'll see what I do next.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. How many iris do you have left to dump into this spell, by the way?
And metric fuck ton.
Okay.
But I have, let's see, I've used 4 of them, so that is 7 pearls that I still have left and 1 shard.
1 shard? Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, you're okay. Go ahead and make the check, and tell me what check I need to make in return.
Alright, so it is going to be you are going to be making an instinct awareness check of this against my mental arcane. So
Okay.
the roll for me is
That's not good.
11.
Yep. And a 1. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Oh, okay. So
19. They critted.
So rolled a 19 on it. Okay.
They critted.
Yeah.
The one who is just looking around, eyes just glazed over, the moment you go to cast a spell, the eyes go unglazed and its face turns directly at you. It immediately holds its hands up, and you see Aurora pour out of the iris in its pockets into its hand as it welds it into a spell and creates a barrier around all three of them. It says, "Master, it appears we're under attack."
Well, the explosion still happens, whether or not one of them,
Yeah. As
notices or not.
the illusory bursts. Coventry, I'll give the same check to Coventry, because if he fails the check, then he doesn't realize it's an illusion and thinks the thing actually exploded. Natural 1.
Oh wow, okay. He just fucking throws it.
Yeah. He tosses it to the ground and steps back. You see his eyes unglass over, and blood starts just kind of dripping from his hand. It looks like it was frozen for a moment, and it wasn't dripping, but now the wound in his hand starts to bleed openly. And the thug goes, "Master, what have you done? Have you killed her? Is she dead? Did you blow her up? Oh my god, there's gonna be bloods and guts everywhere all over this state. It's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be horrible, boss." And he goes, "Calm it down. I didn't do it. There was an assassin. I guess they wanted to kill Don?" And he turns, "What's happening?" The goat-like individual says, "I told you, Master, we're under attack. I will handle it." With one hand, he's holding this barrier around the three of them. With the other, he pulls out a small, thin, silver stiletto knife.
Based off of their vision and what I can see, have they seen me yet?
No. You can actually, you know what? Make me a arcane plus academics check.
Arcane plus academics. Arcane and academics. Oh wow, that's all of the things that I'm good at. Okay, so 12.
12 is pretty good. You can get the sense that he can see Aurora, but he didn't see you. He just saw and smelled and felt that a spell was cast.
I'm gonna see if he separates himself from the other group, and I'm gonna try to slink back enough to give him a little bit of space to follow me. Not a ton of space. We're talking at most 20 yards, that kind of thing.
He draws a rune on the ground. This does take a moment. He will be here for at least 30 seconds as he draws a rune on the ground and presses his hand
and
to
they're
it.
just watching him?
Yeah, they're watching him do whatever it is that he's doing. As he presses his hand onto the Aurora seal that he drew onto the ground, it does something. You're not sure what, but he steps out of the Aurora barrier that he created. The barrier stays behind, covering the two others, and he walks into the shadows. He's now completely obscured by shadows, but he doesn't seem too bothered as he's holding the stiletto knife out. And he just says out loud, "I'm not sure what your goal is, assassin. But you will not take Coventry without going through me first. Please, attack at your leisure."
Curious, I think to myself.
With your awareness and arcane check, you get the sense that this person is a very adept arcanist.
I'm sure they are.
Also, immaculate sense of dress. Like the nicest tailored tailcoat you've ever seen, with the most beautiful ascot that you've ever had the pleasure of seeing the craftsmanship. It's an ascot, of course.
Let's see.
Nice,
I'm just trying to decide if I actually want to try to fight this person or not. I think I've caused the issue that I needed, so I think I'm going to go ahead and pull out of this now, without, getting deep into combat here.
Okay.
So
you can leave without.
If they haven't seen me yet, they shouldn't be able to do anything about it, I guess.
No. Do you want to fully leave, or do you want to stay close enough to still be able to hear, or are you just abandoning the area for safety?
I just don't feel like there's anything I can do necessarily. Like I could just fight, but then
you could get like it could make things worse. Yeah,
it could make things massively worse. And the best chance is that I kill all 3 of them and then leave 3 bodies in the street. So I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah, probably a bad move. Understandably, reaction in your head that says murder, maybe? Nah, maybe not. Perfect.
Really thought about it, and then the blade. Noticed that the blade was already out in my hand. And went, okay. Slid that back in my pocket, and then swim back out here.
Okay. You can hear.
I'm going to now try to go as fast as possible to the theater and let them know what just happened.
You hear a sound behind you, a sort of metallic shink noise, and you see a flash of bright light illuminate from the alleyway, and you see the cobblestones crack all the way up to the end of the alleyway, and the air itself gets literally pushed away. Wind blasts out of the alleyway. You can tell if you stayed there for much longer, whatever that was would have hit you.
Made a good call then. All right.
You then hear very quietly, but with your pretty decent listening skills, you hear, "Whoever it was, Master, they are gone now, one way or another." Coventry says, "Well, now we have another fucking problem, don't we? Dawn is blood mist. What are we going to do about that?"
I'm very curious to go check to see if Dawn is blood mist.
Yeah. Brilliant. Back to the play. Dawn, the floor is yours again.
Are you blood mist, Dawn?
Dawn, you are not blood mist. Dawn, you are the farthest thing from blood mist. You, there's actually nothing wrong with you at all. You don't feel anything weird? Nothing. You feel great.
Dawn, are you with us?
Jareth?
Dawn, you're muted.
Hey, I'm muted. Hey.
If we ask many times if you're with us, it's probably because you're muted, bro.
I almost always
might be
assume.
part of it.
I apologize for that.
You're good.
I am returned, and I was actually just about to ask myself if I was blood mist.
You are not. You are not blood mist.
Fantastic. I'm actually in my element. I am the opposite of blood mist. I got that shit on lock. Okay, sorry. I'm shaking off my nerves now. That was a cool scene, though.
Thank you.
A little spicy. So, at this point, everybody has been ushered into their spaces, or they've found new spaces to be in. Before we move ahead, Varen, do you have any questions?
No, he's just gonna try to look natural and like he's supposed to be here in his monkey suit.
Yeah. You're a guy with a sword standing around the sword sages, who are all guys with swords. And an actress with a sword. She also has many more swords on her back, but she only seems to wield this one quite deftly. Alright, so they had briefly explained to all the actors, and Dawn, of course, explains this to the actors with them, and Heko, who's the only one who's kind of left out and a little confused, that we're going to do a cinematic battle. Instead of doing actual fights, we're going to have groups of gladiators pair off by running at each other, meeting in the central ring, doing sort of like a mosh pit, and then whoever loses limps away and the other people walk away confident. And we're going to do that a few times, leading up to the finale, which we historically know is the match between the Sword Sages and the Six of Hearts. It matters in canon that this detail is just a little different. In actual history, we had put all of our squad names in hats, and just so happened to have drawn the most vicious competitors, the Sword Sages, as our first match. So we went first and then fought the strongest guys, and then it turned into a whole thing that basically ruined the sport. So we're not doing that. Everybody that remembers that differently, that's why we're telling it differently for the sake of the play.
Yeah, this way is a little more cinematic.
Yeah, for sure.
So that makes sense to everyone, and no one will have questions about that going forward.
I
I
just
always
know I
have
go down.
questions.
I made some footnotes here in my journal that were like places where everybody might be like, "That's not what happened, Don." And, and it says right
That's a great
here,
impression of me, by the way.
it's true. Yeah, and how could you even do that at this part where you weren't here yet?
No, you weren't even here, yeah.
Just in case
No,
I
I'm
had.
just-
All right, sorry everyone. So, the mayor takes his little throne seat again, and it's a little easier now because the dude behind him, whose knees are made of stone, is no longer there. So he kind of like leans back in the throne, pushes it back a little more. Yeah. And as the curtains begin to draw back, you all become aware that the music has gotten sort of kickier. It's no longer as if I needed a different lo-fi track playing. Everyone in the different corners of the arena sort of pair off. There's a leader, quote unquote, of each group, and in this case, the actor tells us which number we're going in. First is a group of 2 people who apparently represent a whole free company. And it's hardly even really 2 people. It's like one person who looks like a badass, and one person who is like their friend who's sort of camping out with them. An announcer, somewhere from within the bleachers, announces their team names, one of which is, I don't know, just put whatever you want now.
My favorite.
And that is the group of 2. And they seem quite excited, eager to combat an entirely armed group of other students who are announced as quite a strong group. They're not the strongest group, but they're upperclassmen who have come to the college several times, and they always compete fairly well. Some of them wield spears and shields. Others of them are clearly gifted with magic, and they number the maximum free company number, which is 8, right? Is it 8?
I believe it is some. I think the maximum number of people you can have in your free company is 10.
Well, then it's 10. So there are 10 different students who just seem to be playing this group who did exist in canon but didn't get to actually perform. And they sort of square off. The 2 groups from across the stage line up and then run at each other in their respective groups. It's a line of 2 against a line of 10 people in flank, who all hit them and then roll into a circle and collapse on them in the middle of the arena. The bards all perform. Exactly, thank you, music. The bards all perform and kind of start to cut the beat a little bit as this mosh pit pans out, and one generic-looking soldier after the other flies out away from the center of the group until 2 men are left in the grasp of one man, and the smaller man in the group of, I don't know, just put down whatever you want, sort of chuckles and then uses a gadget to knock the other man out. They drop their competitors on the ground and dust their gloved hands off and say, "Great, all right, on to the next match," and walk back to their corner like it was nothing. There's an awkward clap from the audience who don't even believe what they just witnessed. The audience on stage claps along with the audience watching the play. Some people within the audience start to talk about how this is not how the tournament went down, as it was quite a renowned event that most of the city of Cartier actually attended, as the spectacle was supposed to decide whether or not such events like this should continue to be a staple of city culture here. So, the pot starts to stir a little bit, basically, as the next 2 groups sort of line up and check each other, make sure they're ready. Line up and then charge.
For the Republic!
Group number 2, or fight number 2 as it were, consists of a number of other first years. This is their first time like us. Also like Six of Hearts, they have sort of attempted to build like a cohesive group. They have an obvious caster, an obvious tank, an obvious phalanxman, an obvious rogue, and one person who's not terribly obvious at all. And you can hardly even focus on them. They just seem so unimportant, perhaps, that you glaze over the 5th member of this team. And they all square up against a team of mostly older students who are notably some of Professor Blackwell's favorite. Anyone who attends the Grand Guild University knows of certain professors by heart, such as Professor Blackwell, who is the master professor of all martial arts and endeavors, techniques, sports, and the like. She trains all of the martial students at one point or another as they learn advanced techniques and grow stronger. And these gladiators all represent her courses and have come here to put forth her techniques multiple times. They probably are known to be a threat, perhaps even to the Sword Sages, but only maybe. Everyone is excited to see them perform. The murmur in the crowds is obvious, and members of the stage can be seen passing heavy bags of coins back and forth across each other's laps. Some people even take notes on scribe tablets in their laps with charcoal and keep bets. It's very obvious, sort of intentional, that the stagehands all seem to put the focus during this next period of the game starting to roll on the people in the background who seem to care much more what happens in that arena. The stage beacon torches, you all may recall, still light the faces of both Declan and the mayor, and the two of them seem to muse, just sitting in almost the exact same position with the exact same scowl, thumbing their chin the exact same way. As the next two charge down, this fight lasts much longer. This mosh pit that they perform, these actors, is this time quite back and forth. The circle intentionally coming apart and occasionally tilting towards one side of the stage before being violently thrust back the other way. But, one by one, members of each start to go down, being hurled out of this mosh pit and falling flat on the ground. Some of them kind of conk into the foam rocks, which fly across the stage, betraying their lightness. Others land a bit too dramatically, but they're obviously excited to perform their roles. And generally the tone shifts back towards humorous. As these gladiators fight, eventually a few vestiges of the old and wise team of Blackwell's favorite students, that's their free company name, Blackwell's favorite students, they limp away, but they are victorious. Some of them nurse a bum leg as if this is their first acting class, and others help support their weight to make it more believable. There are only two groups left now. On one end of the stage, standing right beside the iron gate fence, which has stayed open this whole time, are the Sword Sages, sporting 5 members, one of whom towers over the rest of them, with a bit of fluff across their cheeks and fur bedraggling across their forehead. We all recognize this prop, which was used by Varen earlier in the play, when they played a different character. However, this time they brandish a magical weapon, which does not look uncanny among the other sword sages. Facing them, the Six of Hearts, us who are here for the play, of course, all sort of break our formation. Dawn turns and looks at Heko one more time and says, "Are you ready?
Yep.
You remember how this goes, right? The scary guy is going to try to hurt you right away because..." And they look over and recognize that Varen is playing as the scary guy. Oh. Never mind. I don't know what's going to happen next, but either way, I'm knocking Varen down as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Other than that, just, go with it. Try not to take it too seriously. Remember,
Okay.
they're actors. They're kind of fragile.
I will try.
Just above the table here, Heko, you know that those are the actual sword sages. You can see them all. They told you could hurt them. The only one you don't recognize is obviously dressed up as the scariest member of their unit. You maybe didn't even interact very much with her, but she did basically down the whole team.
Oh, okay. The other sword sage. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll list them off really quick. Just all of the sword sages, just so that we have a visual. The sword sages are Sensi, who is the Emberkin, who has that like sort of purplish black fire that he can like manipulate and manifest. Then there is Grin, who was the amphibian with the burn scars. Then there was oh, I'm sorry, he wasn't an amphibian. It was the Azrian with the burn scars, who has the cast. His one of his arms is in a cast. Then there's Fajin, who is an actress playing the actual Fajin, who was the scary Aleph girl who was relentless and beat the shit out of everyone. And then there was Rust, who is the like big buff, long-haired beast folk with like kind of vulpine features, but he was like really strong and he had a big voice and he laughed a lot.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are there any further questions?
Don't think so. Although I am curious, just for like, I don't know, for Heko's sake, but also just for like longevity's sake, how like far into the play is this? Like, would we have a feel for that?
Yeah. So it's a play in 5 acts. This is the 3rd act.
Okay, that's kind of the feel that I got for it. You got it.
Yeah. I don't know. I can kind of fast track it, but it just seems like everybody's having fun.
Okay. No worries.
Oh yeah.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, you're totally good. Minerva will get here right as the play ends, if that is any indication for trying to, get the time in.
Is super cool technically because it's like a big one for us as a party, but I would like to actually sweep it and make it almost comical.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, guys. So let's just bust down Act 3 then. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So these two teams are lined up at one another. Dawn tries to have a pep talk, which they kind of throw out the window when they recognize that Varen is playing as Rust. So they just say, let's do our best. We know how this is supposed to go. And I'll do my best to take down Varen. Break. Dawn leads the charge and begins to run at the Sword Sages, who immediately recognize that they should be doing the same thing, and actually take Kata as they charge at us. Dawn realizes that these actors are, not actors, and they're kind of serious, so Dawn also enters a Kata. This is you guys' time to set up if you want to do anything combative with your combat abilities before we begin. Varen, you're also a part of this if you want to do anything shenanigans before we go into this acting?
Yeah, I really just planned to do some minor taunting and go down. That was my plan.
Oh yeah. I think if I recall correctly, this is the fight where everybody went down super quickly except for Dawn, right?
Chip got knocked out almost instantly. Chip said some trash talk, so Chip will immediately start trash talking. He looks over to like the nearest biggest bad, and he says, "You call that fur? It looks more like a pelt strapped to the top of the head of a big rock guy." And
oh my god!
He chuckles to himself like that was the funniest joke he's ever heard, and I'm sure maybe some of the audience laughs too.
The audience does. The audience members laugh, as many of them are into Chip shenanigans. He's the second year, so they've seen his shenanigans before.
This is the fight, like, immediately preceding the incident in the morgue, right?
It is correct.
Yep.
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Because during this fight, I distinctly remember that I had just gotten some new spells, and I went down before I could actually use any of them.
Oh,
Yes,
that's so
you got focused out by Russ, and it pissed Don off, and then Don clobbered him.
Yeah, which was cool.
Clobbering time.
But yeah, I think Echo's just going to... I think she does want to try to do, like, a spell that seems... like, that looks damagey. Like, she's gonna fuck around with, like, kind of an illusory type of thing. But, yeah, just for funsies. Just to learn. We're all here to learn. And, yeah. I don't think she has... She doesn't really have any spells that aren't going to at least fuck you up in some way.
So your creative casting,
that's what
I'll basically let you do is your choice. You can actually engage with the creative casting system, use an Aurora, and potentially hurt yourself, or you can do the bare minimum with the help of Dawn, as they said, and roll an arcane performance.
The arcane performance, that sounds kind of fun.
Give me that then.
Yeah, hell yeah. I don't think I have much performance, but let me double check. Yeah, I have no performance. That's okay though. Pretty good at it.
Chip and Dawn are gonna lend their presence to this for you, but
well, and if we're trying to be accurate, at least a little bit to history, this is the last thing I do before I go down. So.
Hell yeah.
Okay, I rolled a 10.
A 10.
Yeah.
And just so that I know, going into this next bit of mental theater, what would you have liked to have done?
I think she is trying to create basically just like a light show, like make it look like the Spheres of Viniverb a little bit, but like more just vibes. Yeah. Just
a disco dance. Just a show of. It sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
It's just a light rave, but with a lot more ouch.
I was gonna say, you know those like balls that people at raves throw around that are just like, yeah, it's like that kind of.
So you begin
touches,
to
you get
sort of
like force knocked out.
I believe that's probably how it goes. Yeah. Anything that Heko makes may suck your life out.
That's her whole vibe.
It's like a maybe, but it's a hard maybe.
It's a hard maybe. It's not one that you want to fuck around with.
So you begin to conjure. As you approach this first act, Dawn sort of slips into character, and Chip stands along the sidelines, flinging curses towards an actress in a bad wig who showed up late. And a rock man dressed as the Wolf Man.
Nice.
Yeah, as Chip does. So he lends his performance in such a way to the act so as to highlight what you're doing and put some illusion on it. And Dawn attempts to just lend to your glamour, expecting you to do an orb of Vitaverb because that's like a trademark.
Oh yeah, it's
a
shit.
trademark now for you and also for Minerva. So they
like our thing.
See you sort of manifesting, and as a series of aurora lights extend from first out of your hands, then out of the air around you. You watch it shape into a bubble as Chip's performance seems to guide it and bounce it about and shape it into an orb. And then Dawn, with the fist, clenches just a little, and they turn into spheres of glass. And begin to spinning around the sword sages until eventually connecting with Varen. Varen, for cinematics, you understand that this, you actually can feel the Orphic bond be created as these two glass orbs tether to you, and then just begin to rotate gently around you. But there's a bit of pressure to it. It feels as if these things are squeezing you. And you can see Heko sort of doing like an unorthodox little dance with their hands. And Dawn is beside them, clenching a fist. Somewhere in the distance, Chip is playing lo-fi.
That's always true.
It's a constant. It's an ever present state.
Okay. Varen looks at the orbs and tries to swat one away. Maybe misses.
Please try to swat it, yeah.
Yeah, alright, I'll try to swat it for real. Does it like do anything if I connect with it, or?
Yeah, you can just swat it, or you can roll an attack. If you want to attack it, you can roll an attack, but that's attacking it. Otherwise, you can swat it. Swatting it is just a narrative.
I want to swat it away. Yeah.
You kind of smack it. It drifts just away from your rock wrist, and you leave just a little gentle dent on the glass marble, which immediately guides itself back towards you, reapplying its pressure firmly on you.
Okay. He goes, what is this magical trickery? I thought we came here to fight real combatants.
Sounds pretty good.
And he'll take his kata stance, like he's ready to charge.
We're all charging and kataing now. You're ready to fight, and Dawn is not sure what to do next. Since you didn't immediately attack Heko, they seem to turn and kind of like engage in fisticuffs with some of the Emberkin, actually. That's a perfect first guy to kind of spar with. Dawn lines up with the Blackfire, or whatever his code name was.
It was Black Flame. His name is... you can use his real name now because he's on stage as a Sword Sage member. His real name is Sensi.
Okay, so I intentionally kind of like march up to Sage Sensi and square up with my fists.
He looks at your fists, looks at the swords in his hands, and he shrugs and he goes and he just starts swinging on you with the swords in full kata stance.
Good shit.
Well, he can attack me if he wants. He can also just be theatrical with me. Dawn is going to attempt to, like, theatrically slapbox him, basically.
Oh, yeah. You notice that the swords have no actual physical presence to them. They do leave behind a, like, misty cling to you where they hit you, though.
Ravok takes his wooden sword and immediately charges down the tallest actor, a man who is... actually, not an actor. I apologize. It's just her. Thank you. You can roleplay as the other sword sages for me, can't you, Cherry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ravok immediately shrugs and turns. He looks at the avian one, who he knocked out first thing.
He did.
And charges at him.
The avian...
Kind of like looking him in the eye like you know what's coming.
The avian nods slowly with his, like, burned face and broken arm as he, like, holds a slingshot in his beak and pulls the slingshot back with his beak and shoots the slingshot into Chip's head right after Chip says that sick-ass insult. Chip immediately gets hit with, like, a fucking lima bean in the forehead, and he just starts to over-dramatically act, falling unconscious. Oh, goodness! Oh, great Scott! The pain! What a travesty! Oh, me! The best! The star of the show! Getting knocked out so early! What a shame! As he crumbles to the ground, weeping.
The stagehand knows when to milk the moment, so they got the beacon light. They pull it away from the menagerie cast and then put it on ship.
Perfect.
Until he's done overacting. And when he's done overacting, students dressed as cast members... students dressed as the nursing staff from the arena walk up with the stretcher and try to, deadweight Chip onto it.
Chip immediately starts flirting with the most attractive one as he's being carted away, and it's audible. People the mic is still on him. He can still hear him.
Because the way the stage is designed, you have to go up to the gate center stage. So they all hear you. The light kind of follows him, then realizes it probably shouldn't, and goes back to the menagerie. But when it returns to where the menagerie was, everyone notices that they are not there.
Oh.
Members of the audience look up and gasp as they also realize that the bad guy from earlier, who's been watching the play this whole time, has just seemed to disappear with his whole crew.
Squatted away.
No one knows what that means, but it happens.
Can you force out?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
At this point, the beacon lightman remembers script and kills his light on one side of the stage, bringing the attention only to the mayor, who's still watching and musing. He doesn't seem to notice that the other musing guy in the crowd is left, if he noticed him at all at first. And so we continue our fight. The actor playing the actor playing Niles, the shadowed one, draws forth a long dagger, which kind of doesn't look like play. It looks like a really good replica. And he charges at one of the sword stages before suddenly turning on his ankle and hurling the knife into the crowd of people in the bleachers.
Oh.
It seems to phase through the chest of the mayor before the mayor, who doesn't seem affected by it, gasps loudly. Did you see that? He tried to kill me. Some of the guards that are there with him said, "It was an accident, sir. We saw it. He tripped and fell," and picked the mayor up and seemed to escort him away from the apparent danger.
Is this the real mayor, or is this an actor playing the mayor? This is an actor.
It's an actor.
Okay,
yeah,
that's right.
It's a child actor playing as the mayor.
That's what I thought.
They,
That's hilarious.
Dylan went, hey, don't you try to kill my NPCs while I'm playing them. Fuck you.
This play is about real life, but you can't kill him in real life.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. I love the way that.
Sherry, that's up to you. Would the mayor
No.
hear about this and dare to attend?
No, he absolutely would not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, let me just go to this fucking low-budget college production put on by a freshman real quick. Pause all my meetings for the night.
Yeah. I would
want me to do what? Take a shadow dagger to the chest. Excuse you, sir.
Hell no.
Alright, guys, so, the mayor is dead. My plan worked.
Oh, thank God.
Most
You're playing
elaborate
along on
assassination.
this whole time.
It's canon now.
Most elaborate assassination plot ever.
Dawn rips off a mask and it's Niles underneath. Ha ha! Fooled you all.
Like 300 people to participate. It's really clear that it was you. There's no denying it.
Plausible deniability's out the window. They're just trying to go for inconvenient or an accident situation.
Yeah, it was an
There's
accident.
no possible way it's an accident as well.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Dawn. Carry on. Oh.
Don, you're muted.
I muted. I'm sorry. I muted on purpose. I laughed so hard. Okay. Yeah, so the child actor pretending to be the mayor does what historically happened and acts flabbergasted and then gets escorted away. And then other people in the arena who seemed perhaps to only be here because there were celebrities here also begin to leave, even though the fight is still going on. Everyone on stage in the Six of Hearts who knows this part, and maybe Hecko if they want to too, stand and look flabbergasted at Niles, who eventually turns around and looks at the audience and shrugs. And they say, "What? I tripped."
Yeah.
I don't really know what happened, okay? And Dawn says, "Can you just keep your eye on the fight before the familiar actress named, what was that again, Cherry?"
Fajin is the actor. The one, not the actor,
is
the
character.
is the character, yes.
Yeah, so Fajin, the actress playing Fajin, comes out of nowhere before hitting Shadowed One Niles across the back of the head with a foam sword. He gasps, "Huh!" and falls over unconscious. Unlike Chip, he does not oversell it. He just sort of hits the ground with the second shadow dagger or whatever it is just beside him. Members of the nursing staff walk out from the stage again with yet another of their stretchers, sorry, I had to remember the word, and escort Niles, or the actor playing Niles, sorry, off the stage.
The band formerly known as Niles.
Yes. Dawn smiles cheekily at you, Hecko, and says, "Look, this time you're alive. You're like alive.
Yes,
And
I don't know what to do now.
I point at Varen, who still has marbles drifting in circles around them. Well, I think you finished what you started. And I wink.
Okay. Yeah, Echo, I guess, is gonna try and do, like, some extra lights around the spheres.
Alright, go for it. You get the same choice. You can use actual magic and try to creative cast something, or you can just take the assistance of the barding staff that are basically playing with the melody for our play tonight.
I think I'm gonna still just do the bard, like, the performance thing.
Hecko's
All
like,
right,
I'm
go
not
ahead
wasting
and get
precious resources.
Yeah, and also is just genuinely really worried about hurting someone. Like, this is not the moment for that. I rolled an
Aurora's
11.
being used. Aurora's being used. It's just not yours.
Yeah.
So an 11?
Yeah.
Nice. That's not a 10 or lower.
It's not.
I dig it. So you continue to focus on the music and what it seems to be doing to your performance. And you think that you want to put more of these things that seem to be harming the actor playing Rust. And sure enough, 2 more bubbles appear. This time more kind of violently shaking about. They're like when you blow a bubble in a windstorm. And they twist sort of uncomfortably around you, Farron, almost threatening to pop against the surface of your rocky skin. Before Dawn seems to realize that they're there. Yes, Farron.
Varen's gonna with his shadowy sword. We're all charging at each other, so right? Like we're in melee.
Yeah, we're close enough that you can easily step into melee with anyone you want to. We're on a stage. We're just like set it up to make it look like it's big.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna attack Echo.
You're gonna step in and attack Hecko.
Alright.
Yes.
Sing. I mean, it's like a feint attack, right? Like, Echo could just, like...
Yeah, it's fake attack. I mean, it's fake sword.
So I'm gonna kind of break away from traditional Fateless combat here. For the sake of things, you may attack them and substitute performance if you would like, Varen, and you may roll a dodge check if you'd like, Hecko.
I don't think she's gonna dodge. I think she remembers this part and that she fell, so she's going to just let it happen. Yeah.
Hecko's learning acting.
It's been very informative.
Facts, though. It really is like Hecko's first play. I love this. It's probably all y'all's first play.
Am I actually rolling then?
If you want to, yeah. If not, I mean, either way, they're just going to take it. So I just want to know if you roll it. It's kind of telling me it's all you rolling it is doing is informing me how well this lands and if it is a believable fake punch or if you kind of actually clock them.
Oh gosh, okay. Let's see. How's 12 do?
That would be quite well, in fact. So you kind of sink your fist in quite fast, and then you get that feeling like when you go reaching for a hamster and you remember halfway there that you're much bigger than it, so you slow down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so specific.
Yeah, so you go in with your fist to like kind of choreograph punching Heko, and then slow it down just enough that Heko very easily could dodge it. And they choose not to. You sock them gently, clear in the shoulder.
Oh.
Heko, receive that blow to the shoulder.
Yeah, and I think she's just gonna, fake collapse so quickly.
Ow!
No!
Echo, please,
You
I just
got me.
want to see it. Please roll dice to see how well this is. I
Please
just
roll
want
me a performance check. Your choice of a mental performance or a physical performance.
Oh man, those are very different rolls. Probably gonna go for mental just to give myself the best chance. That's a 2 on the die, 5 total.
Nice.
Done.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
You've
How
given
bad
me
is
a
it?
lot to work with here.
So I guess what happens is you try to sell getting hit in your right shoulder and collapsing with the blow, and accidentally kind of stiff your shoulder against it and fall the other way.
Ah.
You did what we in the theater guild say was a bad sell.
I was not trained for this. I have no
so,
shame.
but you sell the being dead part. For sure, you dead weight the blow and kind of just...
Oh, she's really good at seeming dead. You would be shocked.
I actually wouldn't be. I've been
This is maybe the thing that she is the best at.
Dawn from the
You should
corner
just
kind of
like
sees you
fall
go
back
down.
into Varen.
Collapses into Marin's arms.
Oh, that would be really cute, but no, she's not. She's just
Flops on
heap on the floor.
Ceases to live.
Just
Looks like a pile of rags kind of thing.
Skyrim style, just goes completely ragdoll limp, clips through
Yeah.
the floor, and starts shaking.
If they could
know it.
clip through the floor, they would.
Before you know it, two people, one of whom is just like some hapless nurse from backstage, and the other of whom is dressed the same as a nurse, but seems to look sus. Their face, their eyes, their body language, as they come up on one side of the stretcher and the two of them roll you onto it, they look at you sus.
Can I do some kind of check to figure out what the fuck their problem is?
Certainly.
What the
So
fuck
you
is
could
your
roll
deal?
me. You could roll me a social instinct or a mental instinct.
I'm gonna do the latter. That's an 11. It's above a 10.
At first, you're a little confused why they're giving you the hard eyeballs. As they roll you onto the stretcher, you get a little uncomfortable, but then you recognize that the person in this nursing uniform is the actor playing the puppeteer who captures you in like 11 seconds.
Oh my god, this is so detailed. Okay, alright, gotcha.
And they proceed to walk you through the iron gate.
So to be clear, it's not like a legitimate threat, it's just like, an actor.
I'm not doing I'm not Leon. I'm not being given the right to be the actual narrator for a whole encounter. I'm just like
Alright, fair.
play. I'm not gonna be like, and the puppeteer returned. Although
I mean,
What a dramatic time for the puppeteer to return.
this is what I'm
In the
saying. This is
position-
why I did the check. Is like, oh shit, right now?
That's so meta.
actor, but you also recognize that this actor is doing a good job playing someone that actually gave you a little trauma.
Yeah, I think Echo is actually not a fan of this, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this was traumatic. This was one of the scarier moments of her existence.
As you go backstage, the actor, who is dressed as a sort of like porcelain doll of a corpse underneath of this nurse uniform, leans down and in a bizarrely deep masculine voice says in your ear, "Kid, you zigged when you should have zagged."
Oh! I don't know what that means.
I mean, the werewolf hit you, and you went the other way. It was kind of
That's
limp.
what happened in the actual event. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here.
You know what? You did fine. Okay, but your next set is coming on, right? You're not claustrophobic, are you? Because we built this coffin for you.
Okay, oh my god, I did not realize we would be showing people this part. I don't know if I want to do this part in front of people.
Oh yeah, I was there the first day the director said, this part's really important. You gotta sell that they were kidnapped, okay? It was a murder attempt.
Moida.
Okay,
Headcanon, this is
I'll
Doug.
try.
They won't understand the stakes if they don't know that she was nearly moited.
Okay, this would have been good to know. I have to talk to John about this later, but okay.
Yeah, it was on the script. You didn't read the script. This actor takes the nursing mask and like doily hat off and places it on the stretcher with you. And they go, all right, get in character. They take you on to the next scene.
Okay.
It is really just down to the wire now. Ravok is standing over the Sword Sage member who went down for him, but not before taking out Chip. And he looks up at the actress playing... Oh my god.
Fajin.
Playing Fajin. Write that down somewhere. Jared. Here. Fajin. And then say it like you're not an idiot. All right, cool.
Fajin.
So, Ravok then looks up at Fajin, the actor playing Ravok, at the actor playing Fajin, and he sighs heavily, then smiles and drops his sword. And he says, why do we have to fight? What if we were friends? And then the actress playing Fajin falls on him and begins to actually loudly beat the foam sword against the actor playing as Ravok. It does that sort of loud thump against flesh, that whap, whap, as she begins to kind of just lay him out. The actor knows better than to fall right away as Ravok, so he sort of takes the slugs and stifles his owls before eventually falling limp short of the gate. Is there no further questions? At that point, the last nursing staff come out and pick up Ravok on another stretcher. And Dawn begins to lay the groundwork for a big speech. They draw the beacon lamps, which have no one in the crowd to spotlight anymore, to themselves, center stage. And they say, I don't care how strong you are. I'm going to stop you, and I'm going to win this tournament for my friends. And the actress sort of like stops for a moment, pulls forth her scroll and checks her lines. Well, die! Why are you still fighting?
Beautiful. Perfect.
She charges at Dawn, and the two of them begin to put on like a show. I'm gonna roll a performance check for Dawn and for Fajin, the actress playing Fajin. Just because this part stands as long in the actual tournament, and I'd rather roll this. And just wrap it with what the roll says. That's cool with y'all.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we got raided a moment ago.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty sick.
A 17. Dawn begins to have like a slugfest with this sword sage and her foam sword. As Dawn shrugs back and forth, dodging every swing of every blow that she throws her way, Dawn can't help but be distracted. She pushes the sword sage with her fists and with her dodges up the arena, all the way to the gate before stopping, then looking up. As she looks up, the stagehand takes the beacon torch and looks up too, returning to the spot where Declan once sat and observed the show. He no longer does, as we've seen already. Dawn, suddenly panicked, ducks beneath a blow that could have taken her head off, and says, "My friends are in trouble, wait." The actress clears her throat before swinging downwardly as hard as she can. Die! 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 The two of them roll out of the arena and out of sight. And the curtain closes. The only thing that anyone can hear at this point is the chant from behind the curtains. A number of the students who were playing as the idle spectators in the bleachers are now all chanting, "Dawn, the Indomitable! Dawn, the Indomitable!" Which was a thing that the whole city heard that night, and has not been a thing since, but I wanted to remind everybody that that happened.
I wanted to remind everybody that I have a nickname.
That I have a
Have a
In case you
nickname.
ever wanted to call me
Just
by
in
that.
case you peasants forgot, I have a nickname.
I have a nickname.
I've got a handle. No, I'm just kidding. But I did have to put that in there.
I wouldn't want to forget that either.
I think it was
This
Dawn
is-
the Indomitable, or something like that. It was the word Dawn was in Indomitable.
An enemy.
Indomitable.
I don't care. You can do what you want with the nickname.
That's okay. That's fine. It's what it evolved into.
I got it out there. It was written down that night in the notes as Dawn the Indomitable, and I was like, that's good enough. Someone made a chant, and so I got to put it in my play. Alright, so everybody ready for the next scene? Hecko, are you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
Okay. As long as we've got your consent this time, that's the important part.
Yes, as long as it's a little faster than like in the original scene. I don't know how much Echo can handle like a play-by-play remake.
We're supposed to roll this because this is what got the game canceled, and I kind of just want them to know that it was like an assassination attempt.
Oh yeah. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
So at present, you feel the coffin that you've been made to sit inside of start to roll. You were told by the person dressed as the puppeteer that you just needed to be cool for a minute or two until they pushed you on stage, and then you could lose your shit.
Okay. Cool.
Alright. You feel the coffin rolling. It glides across the ground, and you feel the hardwood beneath its wheels here sort of gently rock you from time to time before it comes to a slow halt. You see through the beams of the wood above you and the planks that hold you in place, the stage light, the beacon light, shine on you. By both the direction it's coming from, being above you, and the murmur of the audience below you. Quiet now. New Dawn is the name of this song.
Oh, cool.
Anyway. You hear the audience murmuring, basically beneath your feet. It's a lot of chatter, as it seems everybody spectating is very surprised or perhaps even alarmed by what is happening, as there's a coffin on the stage now.
I mean, understandable. It is a little alarming.
Would you like to do anything, Hecko?
I feel like, okay, I remember in the original scene that this was happening, Hecko was, like, paralyzed, right? Like, magically paralyzed. Like, I don't think she could do anything at first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's gonna wait it out and see if there's, like, a cue or something.
The curtains behind the coffin begin to slowly draw apart. And as they do, a guard can be seen, dressed in that Cartian guard's armor, and he is coming down the hallway with a man dressed in a bad horse costume.
Okay.
For the visual's sake, the Kartia guard uniform vaguely resembles a traffic cone. They have tall orange pointy hats, and they have like bright orange armor.
Incredible. Okay, yeah, I think, like, I don't know. This is probably
You
the
begin
closest.
to look around. You can kind of verbally hear them like, "Oh, what's going on here? It's down this way, you said." And you hear Dawn's voice also approaching. Yeah, this way. Ravok is also there. You hear him kind of grumble something grumpily. And though you don't hear him because he doesn't always speak, Niles is also there.
Mm-hmm.
You hear everyone kind of fill out onto the stage around you. Before suddenly, something screeches. This actor you heard earlier, the very deep masculine voice, lets out this really high-pitched and very uncharacteristic shriek, which startles everyone, even you in the coffin, for a minute, before it leaps at someone with a toy knife and begins trying to attack the horseman, the man in a horse costume, whose back half kind of like swings around and kicks the actor playing the puppeteer, who goes limp against a wall and falls, before Ravok comes forward and says, "What did you do with my friend?" and then hits them with the sword, killing them before they can answer. Killing
What did
them,
you do
quote
with my
unquote.
friend? Why did you even ask me if you didn't want me to answer?
Yeah, he does. He smacks him, and it's implied that he kills him. He kills them before they get an answer. The puppeteer actor kind of crawls off stage and into the shadows while the lights are all brought quite dim. And then everyone looks around before all of their gazes fall simultaneously on the coffin.
Oh my god, that is such a stupid looking uniform. I'm sorry, I just checked the chat. This is the most, I'm sorry, but this fucking campaign, it just, the comic level of cop hatred, I support it, but it's so good every time.
We're in the chat.
It's in the Six and Parts chat in the Discord.
Right.
It's still stupid.
Oh, Christ, what is that? It's, you know what this reminds me of? You guys ever seen Curious George?
Yeah!
You know the man
It's
in the
like
yellow
the
hat?
fucking banana hat, but it's a
Fucking man in the yellow hat.
I really love that.
How y'all gonna come up in here and roast my guards? Like,
I just all the way.
I would roast your guards in the game with magic, literally, and I'll roast them verbally over chat.
Literal and figurative. These are either traffic cones or banana hat men. You get to pick which name.
they're traffic cones. They're definitely
fucking stupid is what they are.
I designed them after traffic cones.
Okay.
Yeah, Echo climbs out of the coffin. Because that is, in her memory, kind of what happened. And she is trying to figure out how much Dawn wants her to act out here. Because what happened in the original is that she found one of the spheres, or one of the orbs on the body, but she doesn't want people to know about that. So
Are you looking on the shadowy ground where the puppeteer fell?
yeah, I think so. I think that's the first thing she can think of doing.
You do, and you see a very clearly, obviously strange. It's like a glass marble, only it's been polished into the shape of a heart, and it kind of is like a coppery color.
Yeah.
It's like a silly gemstone that somebody tumbled for specifically this.
Oh, cute. Yeah, Oko picks that up.
You do anything with it?
I think she kind of looks around and remembers she's on stage, and then doesn't know what to do about that, and puts it in her pocket.
Hell yeah. Okay, so everybody is asking if you are okay, and then you just pocket it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
much.
perfect. So the horseman, his back half sort of ushers around to the front part of the stage, and then jumps to kind of like a line with the front half. And then the front half says, I think we should get out of here. People are going to want to know what happened here tonight.
Okay, I agree.
It's a shame about the tournament, though, says the other guy dressed as a guard.
I guess. What happened?
Well, they're canceling it. They're not going to keep running it tonight since there was some sort of attack.
Yeah, that
Not
seems
for the safety or whatever of people.
Right. Safety.
Yeah.
They're very concerned about safety here. That is historically a high concern.
Yeah, it's a real shame what happened to you.
I agree that it is. She kind of looks off stage at Dawn.
Do you want to talk about it?
Nope, I'm good.
Dawn is up at the front, kind of almost off stage, and they look obviously a little disappointed. like an idea they had didn't pan out.
Okay, I think Dawn has had like 2 emotional conversations in her life, and one of them was with Dawn. Or no, I think Echo's had 2 emotional conversations, and one of them was with Dawn, and it took them like several weeks of getting to know each other for Echo to be comfortable with that. So she just kind of gives Dawn like a what the fuck do you want from me kind of look.
The guy walking with you, you guys are off stage at this point, and the guy walking with you leans down and he kind of whispers. He's like, "I'm a big fan, by the way."
What does that mean?
Why?
Chip also off stage goes, it means he oscillates in the same direction over and over again.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's even more confusing.
Yeah, I got it, Dylan. You just go take your puns somewhere else.
Hey, it wasn't me. It was all Chip.
Oh yeah.
It's in character. It doesn't count. Also, Varen has to head out soon.
Yes, I saw that in the chat.
Yeah.
We are at the just about at the 4-hour mark, so this will have to actually, and it's a decent part to end. We are going to have to end the session here, but we will pick up next time with the end of the recap, the little
Minerva coming in and going, "Oh, Dawn, your head's still on your shoulders. That's good to see.
Yeah.
I was told you were blood mist by this point in time. I should let you know, by the way, Coventry's a dick and was trying to ruin your performance. I saved the day once again, so you're welcome. And how do we fuck over Coventry now? Because I'm really, really feeling that.
Oh, dude, I'm literally working on it. Like, the beginning of the next act happens because how Coventry tries to fuck me over specifically.
Well, I just reformed you again, that once more he's at it. So we're going to put either a final stop to this, or we're going to make this a reoccurring dick him over every chance we get kind of situation.
Look at me, because we're still on stream here. Look at me.
Yeah.
I am the captain.
I am the captain.
No. Oh, you think, okay, we want to play that
Here's
game.
the thing.
We want to play that game. 2 bots. Go at it.
Ladies, hold on.
ladies. Chips, like, wait.
Echo getting in between them, panicking.
Mummies,
By the
please
way-
stop fighting.
Mommy, please stop.
I think pretty solidly this is Dawn or Echo's best friend and her situationship, and they don't always get along. By the way, if we do try and fuck with Coventry, Echo's gonna just turn him inside out and turn his soul into like ribbons of mist, like whatever the fuck. Echo fucking hates this guy, so like don't let me at him. Hold me back.
That's half the party now. That's already about to murder this man. So good luck, Dawn. Good luck.
In this house, we hate Coventry.
All my homies.
Now, I'm too nice to just actually pick a fight with Coventry, but can't you guys tell that this is Dawn's attempt at, like, socially and politically assassinating him?
Libeling him? Yeah, for sure.
I was about to murder him in a dark alley, but then he had to go and have a magician with him.
How dare
okay.
he have guards that are
Fucking,
powerful and well
like, right? How am I supposed to kill him if he just keeps walking around with hired help? Anyway.
Yes, soon enough, we will let you murder someone in a dark alley, Minerva. We'll get there.
That's not good. I'm just messing. It's specifically that one that just got my murder boner going.
We know you got a fix. You gotta get your fix.
You gotta. Sometimes you just gotta start stabbing.
It's
Sometimes you gotta just kill Asper fucking Coventry. I'm sorry,
I'm
wait
just
a
saying
minute.
it fixes a lot of problems. It just
What
that's
did you
all I'm
guys?
saying.
What did you guys think about my what did I call him? Ego pageantry.
It's so great.
Oh, you can patch me.
Oh my god.
Are we still streaming, by the way?
Yes, we are. We're still live. We're still live.
Okay.
I do want to know, Alexis, Varen hasn't actually met Coventry, nor have you in character actually met Coventry. What do you think about this guy? How do you feel about Coventry based on Dawn's interpretation of the character?
I'm not sure, like, how serious to take him. Like, is he a big bad guy, or is he like a?
He's just a rich kid with access to means. He's not that impressive, but he's shitty, and he keeps fucking us over, and we've been too distracted to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Every time we get around to thinking about doing that, something far more important happens, and then he just comes back up to show up like, haha, I'm still here, and you fuckers can't do anything about it.
I want nothing more than for him to leave my ass alone, but as soon as it's in the play, he came up and he was, I don't know if anyone caught that, but he came up and he was like, I don't like the one wearing eyeliner, so fuck you, Dawn.
Yeah.
And everyone else that rolls with your crew. Yeah, that's gonna be like, since that's how the beginning of Act 1 went, the beginning of Act 2 is very similar.
Good.
So we're just the goal here is just to fucking kill this man, but like in a stage sort of like, political assassination kind of way.
I am making it because he continues to try to assassinate my character in the school, that the entire school will now become aware that he is the biggest douchebag. He's going to suddenly discover that he's not actually the popular kids anymore, and that the last popular kids came up and then turned the whole school against him. Like, he's gonna have to fight. He's gonna actually have to fight against...
So Dawn's going High School Musical revenge. We're going, like, back alley Jason Bourne. So...
That was entirely you, and I don't even know if you stumbled into that on purpose. But if you did, then congratulations. You just kind of keep building my case, because what I'm going to do isn't even, like, make him look like more than a big dick with hairspray too much in his fucking hair. Like, what I'm actually here to do is demonstrate what he has done and make it really publicly aired out. Like, not only is it obvious now that he has hired thugs to kind of fuck with us, but, like, next act makes it clear that there's more to it than that.
Yeah.
I'm saying it so mysteriously because Varen doesn't know this character yet.
This is kind of fun way for Varen to find out all the weird fucked up shit that's happened to us, yeah.
I mean, me too, kind of, because I came
Oh yeah, like Minerva had it's just been you and me on since day one, we're the OGs!
We're the OGs.
only ones that are left.
And every fucking time Coventry is in a room with me and Hecko, they're speciest. It's kind of gross.
He's like actually a piece of shit. He like tried to make you summon a fucking demon in the middle of class. Like, I hate this guy.
He didn't try to anything. I summoned a demon in a classroom.
Yeah, but it was his fault. Like, I fucking hate this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
As you guys have been talking, I've just been slowly zooming in on a picture of Esper Coventry's face to the stream, so they're just like...
Wait, I didn't notice!
This dick. This one right here.
Fucking chat open, holy shit. Oh, God, I hate him so much. I do hate that he's pretty, too. Can you make him more shitty? Like,
Oh, he's really beautiful. Like, what does he study?
He is a Orphic. He studies the like Nexian bonds, which is like magic without Aurora. It's
Right.
like the magic of bonds and connectiveness.
I just had a fucking great idea. Hold on. I'll tell you later.
Can't let the narrator know. Gotta keep the narrator out of. Anyway. With this last 10 minutes, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. So that is the end of our first episode. It was a recap of everything that the characters have done off screen. We're going to start the next game with kind of like finishing up the last little bit of what the characters were up to right before the actual start of the stream, which we will then start getting into the meat and potatoes and start moving on with the actual plot. Up until now, the characters have they've been equating themselves with the university, figuring out what they wanted to do, where their niches were, how they fit together as a party, and now they're finally starting to be a cohesive group of characters who like each other and share similar goals. Sometimes they might be at odds with one another, but for the most part, they are company together. They're in this together. They share a debt together, and together they're going to make a name for themselves at this university and become #Fateless Legacies.
Are you even real friends unless you owe somebody money together?
Yeah, exactly. A shitload of money, and take down a small mafia together. And no spoilers for what's coming up next. But at the end of this, I do want to give like a couple of shout outs to a couple of really awesome other groups out there who are going to be playtesting our games. So there's one that is called so it's Timbo the Wizard. He has a awesome stream that he runs pretty often, and their Twitch should be under the same name, Timbo's Guild House or Timbo the Wizard, Timbo. You can find him on most social platforms using that name, and you can find the many different avenues that he runs down. Him and his awesome cast will soon be playtesting our game, Fateless Legacies, our narrative roleplay system, as well as another group that is currently playtesting. They are called Who Needs Heroes, and they are a awesome group of people as well. They're very funny, quirky people. They playtest indie-style games, and they stream them while they're also playtesting them. It is a really, really cool business motto that they have going on, and they have a couple of really awesome games that they are currently playing. Fateless Legacies is one of them. They are currently playing Fateless Legacies, and they'll be streaming that at launch of our actual game's release. Oh, do I have any more people to support? Oh, yes. The Wisest King is a artist on Instagram and I believe ArtStation. Incredible artwork from this person. If you have any commission requests, I strongly recommend, if you're looking for like a really fun, whimsical style, to go to them and get that. I also want to rep a company called Fitted Garb. They make clothes for protagonists inside of the Fateless Legacy system. I thought that was going to be a more seamless plug, but it didn't work. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you for playing along and joining us on our adventure, and we look forward to continuing this adventure together. Thank you, and have a good night. Should we have like an outro? Should that be a thing that we do? Should we all say something that's like a goodbye? Is that?
I mean, that's what YouTubers do, right?
It is. That's
a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure.
Right?
Let's come up with one on the spot right now.
Yeah.
Bitches.
6 of Hearts.
6 of Hearts.
Fuck Coventry. There we go. All right. That's it.
Fuck Coventry.
No. It's been done.
It's happening. All right. Thank you all for watching, and fuck Coventry.
Oh, perfectly.
Good shit.